Right now, things seem to be going alright. Stream quality is good. Alright, I guess I will go live with this. Let me open up my feed. I'm going to open this up on my phone real quick to test how my feed is going. Running through technical stuff. I should hide the scene. There we go. What am I looking for? YouTube. No, Discord. Sorry, just testing things. Hello. Oh goodness, that is such a long way to go back. Okay, I'll keep it on the live chat. Anyway, hello, greetings and salutations, gang. Sorry, I'm just setting up everything right now in order to get things rolling. So I'm messing with the little things. I'm not good at this. I have not streamed much. I think that is everything that I need. Hello, test, test, test. Let me turn down the gain just a little bit. Hello, test, test. Okay, very good. We are live. We are living. We are human beings. All right. So, greetings to those who are currently in the chat. I am, of course, your host, later by guy Chaco D. I am the person who jumped in with Nalagram and Baladeth. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a live reading of the rounds. I am going to be trying to get a hold of the people whose rounds I want to read. I'm going to be starting with mine, of course, just to sort of get myself into character, get myself warmed up. And from there, if you have a audition that you want to submit, I am going to be doing preference for the written entries at the moment, since that is the league I'm currently in. But we are going to be currently do this. Sorry. But we are going to be sort of doing this, if one-on-one. Sometimes I might involve other people while I get things set up. And they can also partake if they would like. I don't want to exclude anyone. It should be a fun time. And I'm hoping to include the authors and creators of their current stories. So without further ado, I'm going to start off by reading my audition and just sort of reacting to the chat as it goes on. I'll probably do reactions between chapters, quote unquote. Otherwise, we'll just see where it goes. And also to introduce myself, I am Chaco D. I am a voice actor, and I have been participating in OCTs for some time. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. The trees were tall, plentiful, and looming within the confines of the sacred forest. The last rays of evening light cast long shadows that hid all but the blank eyes of thousands of corpses in various states of decay. They milled as one unit, quietly formed behind a figure so dark it was more defined by the light that it ate than the shadow he cast. His smoking dark hair hid the hands that were behind his back, whilst he waited patiently, unbothered by the stench of rot in the air. She stood in defiance, a figure of power and fury, her hair done in the style of 9 snow-white tails, practically bristled with rage and indignation. To her sides were 2 rows of 20 guards each. They stood nervously at the back of the pagoda, clenching their bladed spears that they aimed at the host of undead. She stood in front of her shrine with energy practically crackling like lightning around her black gold clothing. "Where is he?" It was a demand delivered from a voice like a bare knife. The figure, in mock surprise, held a hand to his chest. "Why, Madam God-Eater, do you mean to admit that you've lost someone in your own domain?" Her fingers clenched around an unlit pipe that she had been using to keep her focus. "Do not play this game with me, Lord of Mourners." Her cross-guards, each sturdy and experienced in their own right, backed away at the voice like it was a crack of a whip. "Please, call me Baladeth." In a slow and theatrical fashion, he took a bow. The tufts of hair on the back of his head rose up in an oddly smoldering fashion. She would have stabbed him if she could. She knew she had to keep her cool, but if she was going to have to deal with someone insulting her in her own home, she was going to need something else to give. Sweet relief flooded her nostrils as, with the blink of an eye, she found herself in a realm where she could not smell the injustice upon her nose. Her temper quieted slightly as she could breathe again. "Baladeth, I would like to know where your apprentice is." His face took an all too pleased expression as joy spread across the little white stars of his eyes. "Oh, so you know about that." "I always have. He's been busy in my home. It's just a shame that I haven't been able to find him since you've arrived." Her voice remained even as she kept her eyes upon this king of the dead. "Why, I merely wanted to keep him a surprise, Madam God-Eater. We were just so excited to enter him into the tournament." "And how did you envision him doing that exactly?" "Well, I figured he was simply going to attack you." "Absolutely not." Her fury boiled to the surface as her voice turned dangerously quiet. The world bent in a strange and undulating fashion around her hands as they slowly raised up. The pipe that sat between her fingers bent and spun and twisted in place as though it were held by a million different hands in a million different poses. Her eyes blazed into thousands of fractal shapes, sizes, and colors. She had become everything in a single moment. "You are to take your apprentice and leave this instant. Do not even think of returning to my home, lest you suffer my wrath 1,000-fold." She sounded as 100,000 voices pointed as one. Her tone was not loud or boisterous. It was simply put as a plain matter of fact. Her cross-guards, all battle-hardened, fell backwards at the display and moved closer to the safety of the pagoda. Only the most hardy of them kept their weapons in hand. "Oh, very well. I suppose it is the end of the entry period anyway," Baladeth sighed. Then he turned his head to speak to someone behind the God-Eater. "Nalagram, come on. It's time to go home." She spun around. From behind her, a figure had emerged. Whoever it was, he had apparently walked through the back of the wall of her shrine. The stonework hissed and bubbled. Some of it even caught fire as it touched the ground. He sported a wild grin that dripped madness like honey off a razor blade. He had red eyes that shone brilliantly from beneath the shadow of a dark brown hood. They were focused purely upon her, disregarding her guards who were all on the ground, seemingly knocked unconscious by the sheer presence of this man. Their faces were twisted in disgust. Some clamped hands over their mouths. Others simply held themselves in panic. "God-Eater!" he howled in a voice that was like a wind-torn sail in a hurricane. He flung his cloak to each side like a cape, the small fires around him growing to an inferno. Like a flame on a wick, he moved in quick and wild movements, dancing forwards across the stonework. He gave a spin, a skip, and a leap, in a wild dance that created a dozen small flames that exploded around him. With a thrust of his arms and a dramatic pose, they flew forwards. Each had changed to the shape of a skeletal fist that flew towards her face. Time slowed to a halt as her brows furrowed, the world shifting and changing while she saw this fight playing out through different eyes. This time, instead of leaping towards her, he had been spewing a fountain of fire from his mouth in a crazed roar. She shifted the world again. This time, a pair of whips flew across his wrists to strike out like snakes. They even had decorative little fangs on them. Again she shifted. Now he was just straight up trying to punch her in the jaw with an explosion like an unsophisticated thug. Every world she went to that had him in it also had him taking an ill-fated swing towards her face. Every world she changed to, she could see the figure of Baladeth in the exact same pose, hands behind his back and waiting patiently for this to be done. She had to know more. With a deep breath, her awareness expanded. Time, space. It meant nothing as she searched. She could not find him, this Nalagram, but she could find out about the things around him. So she did. Whew. Okay. Taking a quick breather on that one, checking the Discord to see if there is any conversation going on. Hello, gang. I need a glass of water. It is good to see you all. I am going to get a quick BRB in. Hello, apologies, I am back. It was a meeting of the forces of evil in a dark Gothic-style room with little light, save for the torches sitting in sconces on the wall. A dark brown oak double door was the only means of entrance or exit. A white flame had been painted on the center of the mark to this place. A white flame had been painted on the center to mark this place for what it was: a meeting room. A large, circular table sat at the center, bearing a copper ring that wrapped itself around a few inches inward from its edge. Around this table were 5 figures, looming in the darkness. They all seemed to be waiting for something, with nary a word passing between them. They had been here in the dark for hours, to the point where patience had long since lost its appeal, and the thought of bailing had well and fully sunk in. "When do you think he'll be here?" came a voice of a pirate captain, just as much lizard as man. He bounced about as though he had boundless energy. A figure, a human wearing a black hood and dark leather armor, turned his head to look at the reptilian. "When he finds it thematically appropriate. You should know he's a damn theater kid." "Come now, Karen, there's no need to be rude. Captain Hesk is just voicing our concerns." A deep, rumbling voice emerged from a giant of a man wearing all too loose-fitting clothing. He was probably the only one who seemed to have a smile on his scarred face. "The dead also have had many concerns for him to consider. He does operate on a scale that we do not understand." The fourth, the voice of a woman's, came from the form of a glowing blue hobgoblin ghost. She had been dressed in the tattered and broken remnants of armor, her body torn and battered from what appeared to be a final battle. The final, a delicate-looking blonde woman, stood dressed in the trappings of royalty. She wore a black leather band around her forehead with a red gem sewn to its center. She nodded knowingly. "We know Baladeth is constantly busy. It's something we've had to accept. I'm more concerned with the distinct lack of Nalagram." At her words, the others turned their heads to a very clear and very empty spot at their table. Karim crossed a pair of muscular arms that had been honed and trimmed from years of work and fighting. "Gotta admit, I'm curious about that too. I don't even see him outside of work anymore. Hell, I ain't even seen him on the job in some time either." "Hello, Oki." "I do believe Princess Lucinda might have some more personal reasons for her concern," Heartrange said with a deep grin on his face. It wrinkled the scars that ran over his left eye. Also, my reactions are going to be slow, mostly because the Discord audio, not the Discord, the stream audio is like way far behind. So I'm mostly just keeping an eye on the chat and reacting slowly. But hello. Let me reread that one part. I do believe Princess Lucinda here might have some more personal reasons for her concern, Hardrange said with a deep grin on his face. It wrinkled the scars that ran over his left eye. The blonde woman looked away with a deep blush on her face. You know I'm here on business, Hardrange. He just be teasing you, lass. The big oaf not be having much going on in his poor little head, the captain chortled happily, much to the chagrin of the larger man. This brought a sigh... Nice. This brought a sigh from Karim. This brought a sigh from Karim. And... Mouth mush. Drink of water. This brought a sigh from Karim. God. This brought a sigh from Karim and the ghostly woman, whom both stared nonplussed at the door as the conversation continued to drone on. Thankfully, they did not have to wait for much longer. As their eyes rested upon the symbol of the white flame, the doors slammed open in a gust of wind and heat that snuffed each of the torches. Light that they had not been prepared for flooded into the room, blocked only by the pitch-black figure of the Lord of Mourners. He stepped in with hands in his pockets, doom trailing him like a cloak. As he did, ghosts slipped in and around him, carrying papers, scrolls, and pens. Those that held nothing flew to the stumps of the snuffed torches to light them ablaze once more, this time with a light... Ooh. Nice. This time with a light haunting blue color. The copper circle in the table saw 5 ghosts slip into it. Then a ring of the same type of blue fire spread around it in a dramatic fashion. Despite being so close, no heat came from the fire. The room instead got colder for it. In the circle emerged a slightly raised map of the world. The borders of countries formed, the outlines of seas, the edges of continents. In this map, small points are raised up, strategic locations, the markers for fortresses, the positions of armies. In the flurry of activity, Baladeth stood at one of the last open spaces at the table. The door closed behind him, and he stood looking expectantly with those twin-starred eyes. The King of the Hollow Crown had arrived. Good afternoon, my generals. Shall we begin? You dramatic bastard, Karim grunted agitatedly. His attention, along with the attention of the others, had focused on their master. There had been no face, but a smirk could be felt behind those eyes as he scanned the table. You know what I'm about. Though at this moment in time, it's the least of our worries. His face turned to the rest of the guests in the meeting room. His expression turned deathly serious as the various ghosts continued their work around him. Status report. What is the state of the world since we had last this meeting? Captain Hesk nodded. His long tail flicked eagerly as he stepped into the... Captain Hesk nodded. His long tail flicked eagerly as he stepped in, ready to give the first update. It not be going well, Baladeth. The Isle of Nomads and the Sea Dwellers be ready to square up for another fight. To follow on that, we're seeing more patrols at the borderlands, with better equipment and more training. They're getting closer and closer by the day, Hardrange continued. Karim nodded in response and turned to face the dark figure of his employer. Been running the rumor mill, too. Local governments are getting braver. Some of them are not even discounting the blights we've inflicted as happenstance or bad luck. They ain't too afraid of us no more. Let me get a reread on that. Karim... no, I'll keep going. Baladeth gave a low at the commentary, letting each of his advisors who had come say their piece. That was when his eyes turned to the delicate-looking princess. His white stars matched her blue gems. And what of the lands of Heraldria? He asked. She gave a deep breath and let out a sigh. Duke Halrend is getting bolder. He's forming an army in his own right and has been speaking of moving upon Arcantia. Most of his thugs are on board, of course, but they don't have the manpower to make a move that strategic yet. And of internal affairs? Baladeth tilted his head at the princess. He hasn't tried anything so far, though he's beginning to discount the curse more and more. As she spoke, her eyes fell. The subject appeared to be rather disheartening for her. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm currently reading my round first while everyone sort of cycles in. We can stop at another point in the future if anyone wants me to start reading their round a little bit. I'll just find a good stopping point. But hello. The chat is going to be pretty far behind what I currently see. My net is not that great. Where were we? He hasn't tried anything so far, though he's beginning to discount the curse more and more. As she spoke, her eyes fell. The subject appeared to be rather disheartening for her. Don't worry, princess. We'll keep you single and ready to mingle as long as we have to, Karim said dismissively. It seemed to bring a smile to the edges of her lips, though the air in the room was decidedly quiet. So we seem to be on the back foot of this fight, then, Baladeth stated with a graven energy to him. Heartrange leaned on the table, his palms at the edges of the surface, just a few inches away from the haunting flames. It would seem so, Baladeth. We don't seem to have the force necessary to tackle everything happening here. Hey, turns out being the enemy of the world is a hard ring to be fighting in, Hesk chimed in. Karim snorted as his arms uncrossed. Who'd have thought, right? Either way, if the opposition get their morale up, we'll be in some hot shit in a matter of months. We need our headliner, Baladeth. As he spoke, all eyes went to the empty space just to their boss's right. I hate to admit it, but Karim's right. No, wrong person. I hate to admit it, but Karim's right. We haven't seen your apprentice in some time, Baladeth. Is Nalagram all right? Heartrange, despite looking the most ragged and war-torn of the living here, seemed to have a genuine look of concern on his face. Baladeth nodded in response. There was little hesitation. My apprentice is currently on a personal journey. We are working on a solution to the problem, though. So we'd be on our own for the time being, Hesk declared. Which ain't good. We got enemies knocking on our doorstep, no longer taking us seriously. We got power, but we ain't got presence. Baladeth, we need Nalagram to work the morale front. Karim planted his palms firmly on the table and stared at the dark figure with plain and forward intent. Lucinda nodded. Karim is right. We need someone who can work a crowd. If we're going to prevent anything from falling apart, we'll need a display to remind them of who we are. Baladeth let out a long, ragged sigh. Perhaps you are right. I will find a solution to our Nalagram problem, but if word gets out that he's out of commission, that could exacerbate the issue. What word have we heard from the realms of the dead? Attention focused on the ghostly general who, until this point, had been standing there silently. She picked her head up and looked around at the rest of the group.
There may be a solution to several of our problems if we are willing to take a gamble,
she stated with the cold and steady hand of the dead. All ears here, except for Hesk, Karim commented, wearing a wry grin as the reptilian captain gave him a rather sour look.
We have found a realm in need, the needs of the hands of a necromancer. A visitation from the King of the Hollow Crown would benefit greatly. There is supposedly a tournament to be held there. A display of power and villainy might revive our reign of terror across the nations of the world.
Baladeth gave a solemn nod. Very well. What is this place and what opposition are we to expect should I get my apprentice involved?
Those from that place call it the Crossroads. Opposition would be unable to handle the apprentice, save for their guardian deity. She is known as the God-Eater, something you might be familiar with, Lord of Mourners.
There was a long pause from Baladeth as he stared at the ghost. Agitation flared on his face for a moment, but if there were any thoughts, it died before they formed. He gave a nod. I suppose I have been denying my responsibilities to the realm of the divine. What do you think the odds are of Nalagram being granted entry to this tournament?
That depends on him. The word from those that could speak in that realm is that she has grown bored, cocky, and perhaps complacent. They seem to have very little to do there. If he puts on a good show, the odds would be in his favor.
As the ghost spoke, the map on the table shifted to the appearance of a woman with pointed fox ears. From what they could see, she was radiant, beautiful even. Anything we should know about our unwilling host? Baladeth asked.
She is near omnipotent, much as you are. She wields dimensional magic and can pierce the veil of realms. It is very possible she could be watching us at this very moment. You would have your work cut out for you to hide his presence, Lord of Mourners.
Baladeth's face went from grave to rather pleased. His back straightened ever so slightly. Karim, based on our information, how long do you think we can keep our charade up for? Based on current trends, about 2 months? Baladeth gave a nod. Find me a path to this crossroads. Find me a path to this crossroads we can take. It is time we brought my apprentice to the center stage. All right, quick water break. So now that we have a couple of people in here, hello, it's good to see you. If you want me to read another audition, I can definitely shift around to it. I do want to engage some of the other people. I was just sort of filling up time while we waited for people to join in. Also, let me know if there are any hearing problems or anything. I have no idea how this is sounding right now. This is rather slopshod. Yes. Sorry. Hello, Wooden Sponge. So if I am currently looking at this moment in time for the written entries, though if I'm going to be looking for permission. So if no one gives me permission that I am currently looking for, or if anyone wants who has a written entry to sort of chime in now, I would be perfectly happy to start reading your entry after I find it on Discord. Since I am in the written league, I would like to start with the written entries because, a bit of bias on my part. Oh, thank you, Tangelo. All right, well, taking a quick, 3-minute break to rest my voice and take a sip, because that's a lot of talking. I could feel my voice starting to kind of give out a little bit at the end of that, so be kind to your voice. I'm going to go ahead and do some... All right, Tangelo. Okay, since I saw Tangelo's first, I will find them first. So let's go ahead and go to the auditions while I find everything. Oh, good. Tangelo, which characters do you have? I might do a little bit of research. Water. I'm responding to Tangelo saying, yes, please drink some water, if that's an indication of how far behind the stream is. I don't do this very often. I'm very inexperienced. Goodness, it's been a while. Ravi. Okay, Ravi. I know your character. Ravi! Oh my god, I would love to read yours. I had yours, pre-lined up. Here we are. I loved your entry. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull this one out of the stream real quick and do a little reading at the beginning so that I can, get the business done while I rest my voice. I'll take another 2 minutes and then I'll start reading up. Sorry, I know people by their characters very often. It's a bad habit. I will learn everyone here. I haven't been interacting in the community much. Actually, Ravi, if you want, I can drop you a DM if you wanted to actually join in while I'm doing the reading, if you wanted to voice anyone. That is also something that I'm throwing up as a gimmick, is that the author the creator gets to jump in and sort of help guide me through the emotional kind of flow of it, if you wanted. Ooh. Ooh. If you want, I'm trying to keep everything kind of small so it can still be kind of contained. Uh, uh, just sort of kind of keep it contained as we figure out the flow of this, because these things can tend to explode a little bit. But if you wanted, I will definitely get a hold of you when I'm reading your round. That is the thing that I am offering as default. And as we sort of figure things out, we can start including more people. Oh, sweet. All right. Sorry, I'm rambling now. I don't even know where I am in the conversation. You might hear a little noise. I'm adjusting my microphone, and I'm going to stand up a second and stretch my back. Just DM me on Discord when you're ready, and I will invite you to a call. Here, I'll go ahead and just pull this back into the original file while I'm at it, since it's currently freaking out. There we go. That is also a thing that I'm considering. I am a bit rusty. It's been over, I think it's been like 2 years since I've been in an OCT. The last one that I actually was in was Pantheon. I've been trying to audition for a lot of things. This one finally gave me a chance to actually like get a lot of the ideas out of my head, which is cool. Which is cool. I'm liking this OCT more and more as I'm hanging out with it. I will definitely wait to read your audition while you are in the crowd, Oki. I want whoever is involved in it, in the audition, to actually be present. I want it to sort of be their display, because you all should be proud of yourselves. You've done really well. Whoo! All right. 10 years. Wow. Which one was it? All right, still no drought frames. This is actually the most consistent stream I think I've ever done in my life. Hello?
Hi. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Yes, I can hear you. Uh, why don't you introduce yourself to the streaming crowd, if you want, or
Uh,
I could introduce you if you wanted.
yeah, no, I can introduce myself. I'm Tang. I entered this OCT with Ravi. I'm in the writing league. And I'm happy to provide some of the voices for this little read aloud. It sounds like fun.
All right. And you want to voice Ravi, obviously.
Yeah, I'm gonna voice Ravi. Um, I I D&D. They're my D&D character. I LARP with them, so I already have like a voice for Ravi.
Okay, that's nice. Uh, let's. You might want to. Sorry, still fresh at this. I keep making excuses for myself. Okay, so in that case, we can let you start it off. I'm assuming you would. You can. Let's let you start it off with the recipe, since this is sort of. I would assume Ravi having written this down, and it helps you
This
get
is
a sort
true.
of feel for the character's voice.
Cool. Sounds good. So I'll voice Ravi, and you want to do the narration otherwise?
I'll do narrator, and you can voice Ravi, and if you want, you can voice Ira.
Okay, I'll do Ira, Ravi, and you want to do Tenki?
Uh, Tangy. Uh, yes. Tangy is. I'm trying to remember. That was Baki, correct? The God Eater's son.
Yes,
Okay, just making sure.
the Dragon Fox kid.
Okay. Yes, I remember him now. I didn't use him in the
Right.
audition. I was excited to use him in the first round if I got in.
Ooh, it looks like I'm way louder than you.
Oh, let me edit. Oh,
Um,
okay. Fixing. I think the desktop. Yeah, I have the desktop audio. Okay. Thank you so much for letting us know. How does that? Do you want to test it out real quick, Tang?
testing.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about this.
I mean, yeah, there's a delay going on as well.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and just pop up the stream.
But yeah, my last OCT was 10 years ago. Um, in okay, great. Um, for a little OCT called Zenith. It was 10 years ago. I'm not proud of the writing I did then, but you know,
Hey,
that's how improvement works,
hey,
right?
I feel that I thought my Wizard Palooza rounds were the best things I've ever made, and then I went back and watched them and went, oh no.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about OCTs though, is that like you can really see the improvements as the rounds go on,
Yeah.
or you know, as your OCTs happen.
Okay.
Anyway,
Now that we got it set
desperation.
up. Oh, sorry.
Yes, let's. I will. Yeah, let's begin. Um, an excerpt from Ravi's Book of Alchemy. Recipe for a potion of fortitude to keep disease at bay. Ingredients: 1 ochre toad gallbladder, 2 sprigs of ashmallow, 3 tablespoons of powdered natron, 3 tablespoons of vinegar, any, 1 cup of water. Instructions: grind ashmallow to a paste. Stir in water slowly to create a mix without lumps. Add vinegar, put cauldron on low heat, and simmer until yellow. While the vinegar and ashmallow mix is simmering, dice the gallbladder and mix it thoroughly with the natron. Before the mixture turns red, add the gallbladder and natron and stir vigorously. There will be bubbles. Finished potion should be blue in color without lumps or flecks. Do not consume if there are flecks. Remove from heat immediately and drink. Potion should be consumed immediately for best effectiveness, otherwise, it can be stored frozen for 3 months.
Darkness fills the sensi of one Raviaki Silverspark, as it has done since their so called friends threw them in the goddamn cave. It's not just the lack of light, it's the darkness and the mildew smell of wet growth in dark corners. It's darkness as in the empty echoes against cold walls as they grind their pestle against their mortar. There's darkness in the feverish warmth on their breath, in the chill of their toes, in the grumble of their belly. There's darkness in the pit of their stomach as they determinedly do not think about.
2 sprigs of ashmallow, ground up.
They mutter to no one at all, scraping the mixture into their miniature cauldron by touch alone. They make this potion so many times during their journey, surely they can make it again in this truly fucking insane circumstances.
Cup of water.
They say they grope for their water skin on their hip. There's not a ton left, but it should be enough for this. Carefully, they portion out the water by bending the half-empty skin in half and feeling for the gentle bulge in the liquid creates in the top half until it feels correct. Into the cauldron it goes. Dicing gallbladder too soon usually makes it oxidize too quickly to be useful, but in the moist air of the cavern it should last longer. They're going to need to keep a careful eye on the timing of the potion, since they can't see the color in the dark and they need to save every piece of fuel. They have a couple gallbladders left from that pouch of 100 they bought in Gardenia, burned on, keeping everyone alive this whole time. They dice the bladder with their belt knife and pour it into the mortar. It's their most trustworthy partner, tied with their miniature cauldron. Though, on second thought, their measuring spoons are also in the running. They fish out the ring of them and take off a glove. The numbers on the handles were carefully raised by a blacksmith so they could tell exactly what each of them is, their fingertips gliding over the numbers. Inherited from their mother. Exactly what each of them is, their fingertips gliding over the numbers. Inherited from their mother, who inherited them from her grandmother, they might save Ravi's life now. 3 tablespoons of natron goes into the mortar, and they grind it together. It's okay that this mixture has some marshmallow in it. It's not so dangerous unless it's overcooked. They just need some vinegar, which they are out of. What they do have is wine. Angela tossed them a flask of it along with some rations, looking rather sorry about it. She still didn't do anything when wine becomes vinegar if left out long enough. For as long as they could, they've carried the wine in their shirt to keep it warm. Let it air out. For as long as they could, they've carried the wine in their shirt to keep it warm. Let it air out, trying to speed it along the fermentation process that would create the acid they need for this recipe. They waited as long as they could. They only have so many rations left, and they need the strength if they're going to figure a way out of here. Ravi pulls the wine from their shirt and tastes it. It leaves a sour tang on their tongue. Good enough. But they're definitely going to need more than the 3 tablespoons recommended by the recipe. They won't have a high enough concentration of acid to properly bubble the natron mixture. They pour carefully into the pot, measuring by dipping their finger into it until it tastes like it has the right dilution of acid. Now the difficult part. Ravi takes a deep breath and builds a fire. In the damp cave, they had to scrounge for fuel. They strike their flint and start burning their temporary pardon, the piece of paper that declared they were allowed out of prison, so long as they were within 100 yards of Astor's shining ass. It doesn't matter now. The thick paper makes shitty tinder, but it works. It builds up enough heat to catch the boards they scrounged from their alchemy book. They had to cut the cover off, peel the leather with a knife, and chop the thin wood into little steaks. The fire that results smells of animal glue, but without any wind in the cave, it burns hot enough. It's the most light Ravi's seen in what feels like a week, and they had to squint their single eye away from it. They put their calloused thumb on the rim of the cauldron as it begins to heat up. The heat is as good a tracker as the color, and they keep their ear bent over the cauldron to listen for bubbles, coughing once or twice as the smoke blows in their face. When it reaches the right heat, Ravi grabs their mortar and pours it in. Immediately it bubbles over, the little cauldron exploding into a million tiny hisses as air escapes the mixture. They immediately stir with their belt knife. If they let the ashmallow simmer for too long, it'd create toxins that would negate the protective effects of a potion of fortitude and make dark flecks in the potion. These flecks would also cause wild amounts of diarrhea, which they absolutely cannot afford. Ravi pulls the knife from the pot, removes the pot from the fire, and pulls their sleeve up. With the flat of the knife, they smooth a bit of the potion on their inner wrist. No lumps. They can't feel anything but smooth liquid. They take a deep breath as they try to gather the courage to drink a potion they made while completely blind, one that could kill them if they made it improperly. Dehydration and diarrhea was such a nasty way to die, but the alternative was to slowly succumb to Ira's curse, the Weeping One, which meant dying feverishly and hallucinating with their eyes eaten out by open, weeping sores. Yeah, definitely worse. Now that they're not wholly focused on the potion, they can feel their fever, feel the heat run rivulets of sweat down their neck. At the same time, they're suddenly clammy and chill inside their lairs, and their sores ache and itch violently. Yeah, Ira would be worse, not to mention they'd be letting her win. They pick up the cauldron and drink the whole potion down. It's horribly bitter, but they don't spill a drop. It cost too much to make the damn thing. Ravi puts the cauldron down gently, then collapses into a dead sleep. Okay, quick mouth break.
Please, take your time.
Yeah. Getting another glass of water. How are you holding up?
I'm doing great, because I said about three words.
All right.
If you want, I can just do this next scene and take over the narration as well and give you a break.
Sure, if you want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, sure.
If you find yourself getting losing your voice, just let me in. I'll tag in.
Cool. It's the rib cage again. Ravi stares up at the pillars of white that protrude, teeth-like, from dripping flesh walls, a cloudy red peeking through a wound in the ceiling like a skylight. The fleshy ground below wheezes under their feet, lungs struggling to fill. Ravi doesn't quite remember falling asleep or how they got there, but like every other dream they've had in the cave, they're lucidly aware of their unconsciousness. This again, they complain. You could really change up the decor. So, comes the inevitable hiss, like they hadn't even spoken. You've thwarted me again. Ravi rolls their eyes and turns around. In pride of place in Vivisection Hall is the beating heart, though a wet muscle bent into the shape of a looming throne upon which the weeping one herself sits. It convulses underneath her, but she doesn't seem to move with it at all. The plague goddess is only vaguely humanoid, in the way a shambling ooze might look if it attempted to take a human form. Her ooze is black with rot. Twice their halfling size, she towers over them, a thin membrane of mucus forming a veil as her eyeless face looks right at them. They've never been one for reverence, and Ira proves no different. Ravi makes a rude gesture at her. Screw you, they say. Raviaki Silver Spark, she continues again as if they hadn't spoken. You cannot win this battle. How much did you sacrifice to extend your life for a few more days? They make a farting noise. How much did you sacrifice to save the lives of your so called comrades? She says. How much did they value you to leave you in this place with only my soldiers for company? The heart throne throbs wildly under her as the one in Ravi's chest plunges into the cold pit of their stomach. Badump, badump. This is the line of thinking they've been desperately trying to avoid. Badump, badump. They half flinch, fists clenching as they have to hold themselves back from doing something stupid. Fuck you, they say, their voice high and strained. Fuck you! This is all your fault. If you hadn't tried to kill everyone, we wouldn't be here. The heart beats. Don't be ridiculous, Ira drawls, gliding forward towards them. Not everyone would have died. A disease with no host perishes quickly. I know your worries, little one. You worry that a world I rule will not be safe for you, will not be comfortable. Before they can react, she sweeps them up on a throne of ooze. I could make you a prince of that world. I could free you from this prison. The rib cage changes, and the walls of Gardenia rise before them, towering above the rooftops of their home city. Ravi aches. It's stupid to be homesick after so long, after Gardenia all but kicked them out, but they haven't seen home in years. You could go home and rule, Ira whispers. I'll let you spare who you want. Let your friends beg for your mercy as they wither away from my curse. Our curse. Deal with me, Raviaki. Through the gates, bodies lay moaning on the sidewalks, homes marked for disease and burned out. One of the pockmarked faces with open sores is Aster's, his empty eye sockets weeping with pus. Please, he begs. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll give you anything. Badump, the heart hums. Badump. Most horribly, Ravi wants it. Ira opens an oozing hand to theirs. They hesitate, then they frown. Why do you suddenly want to work with me? They ask, trying to scrutinize her featureless face. I've been nothing but a pain in your side this entire time. Your strength is useful. Not really, they counter. I kept you at bay from a handful of people, and I couldn't even get rid of you entirely. I don't see how that's supposed to help conquer a city, much less a realm. Don't you want revenge? Maybe. Maybe they do. But suddenly, things fall into place. Holy shit, Ravi says, awareness dawning. It actually worked, didn't it? The ritual fucking worked. People might still be sick out there, but you're not in charge anymore. It's not your curse anymore. It's a mundane plague. Still bad, but not apocalyptic. The expressionless ooze in front of them remains expressionless, her hands still outstretched. A disease with no host perishes quickly, they repeat. I'm the last one, aren't I? I'm your last host. They laugh, shrill, disbelieving, into Ira's silent face. Holy fuck. They can't believe that it works. And at the same time, it hurts like hell to know that it was probably the correct decision for the group to sacrifice them. Ravi, the only one with no living family, the only one with nothing to go back to, the only one with a criminal record who is probably going straight back to jail anyway. The one that everyone liked the least. Her hand is still outstretched. They don't cry. They just bury their face in their hands. I need I need to think, they say after a long moment. I need to think. Now, Raviaki, Ira hisses, this is a one-time offer. No, it fucking isn't, they retort. You're seriously going to say no to your last host who is very in danger of dying? More silence. I need to think, they reiterate. Wake me up.
Wake me up inside. So I love how sassy Ravi is like, I don't care if you're a god. I am tired of your shit.
They've been dealing with Ira's shit for a while now. They're tired of it. They're sick of it.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That was a fantastic reading. I love Ravi's reaction to the first time he sees this god is just, I'm going to make fart noises at you. It's like that.
I was trying to insinuate that they've had these dreams before. You know, like, yeah, you could use some new decor. But they're just thoroughly sick of everything and done with this entire
Oh,
situation.
they're very. I can definitely tell that they're very familiar with Ira. So
Cool.
it just shows up as like, oh, more of this shit, hooray!
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to take this next scene?
Sure, I'll go ahead and take control. Let's see. Do you still want to do Ravi's voice? Or
Yeah.
okay,
I got it.
we'll keep it going then. Waking is as quick as blinking, and Ravi immediately regrets opening their eyes. There's a light in the cavern, and it stings their vision and makes their eye water. What is that? They squint into the darkness, peeling back their eyelid to see a gently glowing fox. Wow, what the fuck? The creature is ethereal, and there's almost something mythical about it. Red lines in its fur swoops down its head and onto its back, and weirdly enough, it holds a letter in its mouth. Ravi presses a hand to their own forehead, trying to feel if their fever has picked up to the point of hallucinations. They're feeling better, though, no longer as clammy, no longer hot and cold at once. Their sores are still painful pricks, but they're no longer feverishly hot. No, their potion is working. Maybe the solitude and darkness are just fucking with them, but they think their eye wouldn't be watering so much if it was just their mind playing tricks on them. Hesitantly, they reach out to the fox to take the letter. It lets them and sits down and begins to groom its side. The letter in their hand feels real. The paper, a weighty cardstock, a wax seal crusting the envelope closed. They stare at it a moment longer. It all seems to glow faintly, so the crest is legible in the darkness. Even so, Ravi brushes their fingers against the wax curves, just to make sure they're really seeing things correctly. A lotus embossed to the front of a gate. They've never seen the symbol before. They open the letter. The paper inside is in the same fine quality, glowing slightly so the black ink stands out against the light. It reads, To Raviaki Silverspark, you are cordially invited to participate in the cross tournament by the mistress of the crossroads, the divine Maw, the God Eater. They've heard of the crossroads. They thought it was a myth. Maybe they are hallucinating. They keep reading. Should you choose to accept this invitation, you will be one of 8 combatants striving for the grand prize, a wish of your choosing, granted to you by the mistress. May the best, the bravest, or the cleverest win. It isn't signed with a name, just a little paw print. Ravi wipes their leaking eye and sits back trying to process all the implications. All this trouble with Ira, the Weeping One, Plague Goddess, and a wish drops onto their lap to be granted by someone called the God Eater? Isn't this too good to be true? Was this a trap of some kind? Ira must have known this was coming. This is why she tried to pressure them into choosing their deal right then and there, before they woke up to receive the letter. They wet their lips. The image of Aster on the ground in front of them, begging, is still burned to their mind. It's a terrible thing, really, to know what you're capable of wanting, what you might even be capable of doing. But they have a choice now. They think. It might be one trap for another. Maybe it's a fighting tournament, and they certainly wouldn't put it past a foreign god to throw them into an inescapable pit fight to the death. They suppose they're being given a choice now, so probably unlikely. But why them? It wasn't like they were much of a flashy fighter. Surely the Madam of the Crossroads couldn't call whoever she likes if it was just for entertainment. They're not sure if they like the idea of throwing themselves at the mercy of a strange god, but alternatives aren't very good either. Die in a cave, become an avatar of Ira, or possibly die in a tournament in another dimension. Ravi sighs. If this letter is true, then this is the best deal they've got. It has to be worth taking the risk.
How am I actually supposed to get to the crossroads?
They ask aloud. Their voice is raspy, but at least it still works. They squint at the fox.
How did you even get in?
It just sort of looks at them like they're stupid. Okay, magic, right. Crossroads between worlds. Figures that its messenger has the same power.
If I accept,
Ravi continues.
does that mean you can take me there?
The fox nods. Well, shit. They could be free. Free in a place they knew nothing about, but free. Of course, free also means Ira has a chance to get a foothold somewhere else, but not Gardania. Not their home. And if they can't win the tournament, well, their current problems may just be solved if they can figure out revenge afterwards. They take a deep breath. They gather all their things, their cauldron, their spoons, their mortar and pestle, and check each pound to make sure they haven't missed anything.
I accept.
They tell the fox.
Take me to the crossroads.
The glowing fox stands and yawns, then grows. Ravi has time to gasp and lean back before it somehow reaches a monstrous size in the cave and swallows them whole. Okay, quick water break. Hello, gang and chat. How are we all doing? I'm going to take a quick 2-minute sip.
For this next scene, I can take over narration while you just do Tenki, and I'll do Ravi.
Oh, no, I can be fine.
Okay. I just don't
That
want to, take care of your voice, man.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. I do have some experience, and I have been warming up periodically. And
Okay,
I
good.
have a jug of water sitting right next to me. Okay. I really enjoy this audition, though. I've enjoyed all of the auditions I've read so far. I just feel as though, Ravi and Nalagram, if they ever butt heads with each other.
Oh, it'll be very interesting. I think it'll be absolutely fascinating. I think they've got a lot of potential, like story potential in clashing.
Yeah, I've actually found pretty much every audition I've read so far has been like, oh yeah, no, I can work with this real nicely. This
Hmm.
has me excited.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see everything come in.
Yeah, the last minute flow in for OCTs is probably the highlight. That's
Yeah,
usually when you get punched in the face with content.
I haven't had the chance to catch up on everything that's come in as the deadline has like slid past. But like just looking at the numbers, like 54 total editions, that's wild.
Oh yeah, yeah. You usually
Hmm.
see your entire push happen at the last minute.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I don't know. I saw this OCT go up and I was just like, "You know what? I have an idea." And I banged out this edition, like the first draft in about 3 days.
The power of the first draft.
Yeah.
I'm fueled by stress and poor life decisions. Let's roll with this.
Well, I got in way before the deadline, so no stress for me.
Hey, hell yeah. All right.
Um,
My voice is rested up. Let's keep going. Ravi tumbles out into the daylight, shrieking. The air is instantly colder, fresher, pine scented. The ground underneath them is fibrous, colder, and they can see light through their eyelid.
oh,
They complain. Bravely, they crack their eye open and recoil at the pain.
fuck.
They're certainly not stuck in a cave anymore, that's for certain. They saw a blue sky at the very least. At the very least, they know.
Fuck. Shit. Why is everything gonna be so goddamn bright?
That comes a smooth, amused voice from behind, and Ravi nearly falls over trying to face it. Is the sun, little one. I thought that was fairly normal as far as worlds go. They squint through tears as they peer at the orange blur behind them, lounging against what appears to be a gray blob, surrounded by tree-shaped blobs that are probably the pines.
God damn it.
Ravi swears and digs in their bag for their handkerchief. They dab at their eye with it, then peer through the thin, worn cotton so it doesn't hurt so damn bad. The unknown speaker seems to be, by all appearances, some sort of man. He's not wearing a shirt, leaving the orange scales embedded into his skin on a complete display, fox ears softly folded into his mountain of white hair, golden horns peeking out from the mass.
I don't have to explain myself to you.
Ravi snaps. They have to squeeze their eyes shut again, dabbing their eye with a handkerchief. You're a competitor, aren't you? The man stepping forward. Ravi steps back as they do, scrambling to their feet. The stranger doesn't approach any further, but squats to get on their level and points to their chest. Ravi looks down and startles to find a red ribbon around their neck, hanging with the medallion emblazoned with the lotus and the gate. Strange, the man says, peering at Ravi, stroking their chin. She usually goes for more, I don't know, imposing contestants. Usually ones that don't smell quite so bad, but, you know, not always. So what's your story? They stare at him in return, their mind blank, completely uncertain how to respond.
Who are you?
They blurt out. Oh, he laughs, completely unconcerned. Right, I'm Tenki. Most people know who I am around these parts already,
Obviously.
Ravi says scathingly.
I'm not from around these parts.
When he smiles, all of his teeth show pointy. I'm the son of... when he smiles, all of his teeth show pointy. I'm the son of the God Eater, he says amiable. He says, amiable. Usually, people show me a little more respect. Ravi half shudders, almost a flinch, almost a lunge, a half-split second from straight-up growling at the apparent god, just as the smarter half of their brain reels in the impulse. Techie just throws his head back and laughs. Aren't you interesting? He says, propping his chin on his hand. Don't worry if it gets dull. Don't worry if it gets dull if everyone wants to play nice with me. No, I'm sorry. Don't worry, it gets dull if everyone wants to play nice with me. How about a deal? I get you off this mountain and to a place with a bath, and you tell me about yourself.
Mountain?
Ravi turns around and blinks. They're atop a cliff, looking down on a city that Ravi's never seen before. From so high up, they can see the layout of the streets, arranged into a circle with roads slicing through city blocks like lines through a pie. Pagoda towers rise to impossible heights above the rest of the city, standing above densely packed buildings that lead to a harbor, the sunlight sparkling on ocean waves in the distance. The landing they're on has a dirt road winding what must be miles down the mountain, and the only thing there is a large stone statue of a fox. It looks almost alive, the head raised up and turned back towards the city, its tail curled protectively around its haunches. Tenki must have been leaning on its hind legs when Ravi must have dropped out of nowhere. "It's a long way down," Tenki says, sing-song. "I can fly, and I know where you can get the best food and drinks and a bath that you frankly need, and some new clothes." His nose wrinkles. Ravi looks themselves over. Their clothes are caked in cave slime, pale gray on dark clothes. There's dirt everywhere. Their pants are torn at the knees, and their stomach grumbles loudly.
"My clothes are fine,"
Ravi says. They're not fine. "But," Tenki says, "they're so fucking hungry. It's not really much of a choice."
"Fine,"
they exclaim loudly.
"but don't touch me."
"Excellent!" Tenki stands, and Ravi finds their necks straining to keep up with his height. He claps twice, and wind swirls invisibly around them, lifting Ravi off their feet and hurtling through the air. Tenki laughs as they shriek all the way down the mountain. To be continued.
Dun dun dun.
All right. Well, that was fun. Thank you for joining me on this reading of your round. Good luck to you. I hope to see more from you in the future, but we do have a lot more to go through tonight. Is there anything that you might want to say before we start looking for the next round to read?
I'm really proud of this piece of writing. Thank you for reading it.
Oh, thank you for joining me, and good luck to everyone. All right. I'm going to hop off of the private call now.
Cool.
All right. Howdy, everybody. It's good to see you again. So, as you all know, I am doing round readings, and I'll be trying to get in contact with the people that are currently involved in the round that I'm reading. Yeah. 4 foot. He is a violent soul, I hope. Okay. So is anyone currently in the chat got a written round that wants me to check out their round? I would be happy to invite you if you are. If you're interested, feel free to DM me when I call your name out. Or I'll find you. Also taking a quick break to get some water in. Okay, wooden sponge. Sweet. Let me go ahead and find your audition. Which characters did you have again? Here, let me go ahead and... God, where are you? All right, literature. Ah, here we are. Quinn. Okay. Gonna have to close some files. Close this. Okay, they're both up. Here. Sorry, getting some things set up in the background. I'll mute myself. I really should have some background music for this. Sorry. Sorry, just getting things set up. There we go. All right. Hello. Can you hear me, Wooden Sponge?
Yeah, I could hear you. I just had to mute the stream or else I was going to get a lot of whiplash.
No, I understand how that goes. All right. Well, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit and talk about your character just a hair?
Yeah, sure. This is my first OCT.
Nice.
Yep. Not really my first time writing, but I still am confident that I could hopefully make a character and a story that's fun for everyone else involved as well. That was my main that was the main direction I wanted to take. About myself, I was brought into this because of a friend. It's generally and briefly explained in the afterword after this, but yeah, they're a very good friend of mine. They talked about it. I asked if I can join, and they said yes, and I'm here now. As for the character themselves, the audition should probably speak for itself. I did put a lot of care into basically making the audition itself the character's backstory.
Nice.
So you don't really. It gives you the context beforehand and doesn't try to. It does. Technically, the character is introduced in like the first page, but they don't get like named until like the 18th. You'll probably see why.
All right.
It's very intentional. You could probably start.
All right. Well, before we start, are there any characters that you would like to voice, or do you want to just hang out? Is there any voice acting that you would like to do?
Probably not.
Okay, then.
My voice is probably shaky because I'm a little shy.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go ahead and just go ahead and read through this, and I will do my best. This is the first time I've read this round, so I am going in blind. I haven't had a chance to read all the auditions. I was kind of waiting.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. If you have any questions, I'm here. So.
All right. I'll definitely reserve it for when we find to react and talk to you about it during logical stopping points.
Gotcha.
All right. Gray skies, ashen snowfall, a glimmering snowfall, a snowfall that grows brighter yet brighter, from glimmer to spark to lightning, and soon the snowfall coalesces into the dense blizzard, a violent, illuminated blizzard that blankets the horizon, a blizzard that splits forth death and decay, an unforgiving blizzard, a blizzard that screams through its cutting wind. No life shall survive, everlasting life shall I live, no soul shall be heard, everlasting souls will listen, no pity for the lost, we have so much more to gain, oh, so much more to gain. And through the blizzard, lightning illuminates and shines upon crystalline mountains, mountains filled with perfect, everlasting life, filled with those who obey, who listen. And one day, just one day, every snowflake will be the same. I really like that prologue. That was really well written.
Thank you.
Insertion. Above the fogged blizzard, a giant, moth-shaped object cast in shadow can be seen skimming through the hazed surface. The shadowed object's wings reach for the skies, yet they don't flap. Its legs, crooked and knotted, carry something against its underside. An electric hum surrounds the object. Not a crackle from the thunder under it, but a steady, groaning hum. A surge of lightning tears the cast of shadow away from the moth, revealing it to be not covered with chitin, but of steel, frosted steel, coated in both blackened paint and blackened snow. Large words are etched onto its right mid-side. Stormbringer. Suddenly, the carrier descends into the blizzard, unfettered by its cutting winds and thunderous fog. A fog where, once enveloped within, clearly illuminated the carrier rather than obscuring it, including its destination. A ruined structure that stood before the blizzard came. The fate of this structure had been met, buried under hills of snow and soot, lost to time. The carrier lands, resting its payload close to the structure before letting go of it, flying upwards towards the blizzard's surface, out of sight. The payload's hatch slams down onto the snow with a loud thump. Voices from within can barely be heard from the outside. Seconds later, the payload's passengers begin rushing out to open the hatch in a single file line. There's soldiers, all of whom are wearing black armor while carrying something. Most of them are holding rifles. Only 2 are carrying hefty two-handed hammers. The sheer size of the hammers reflect their wielder's own stature, their armor as wide as their massive height. The soldiers continue to move forward. Their collective movement is awkward and laborious as they tread through knee-deep ashen snow. Covering the front of their helmets from the weather, they rush into the ruined building and into its lower floors. The blizzard still roars above them as they all crowd together beside a closed mechanical door. Relatively sheltered from the blizzard, all the soldiers stop covering the fronts of their helmets. An opening exposes a large mechanical glass eye, grooving inwards within the center of their foreheads. Their glass eye doesn't move, nor does it blink, not even once, constantly emitting a dim blue light. One of the 2 massive soldiers carrying a hammer speaks up, their voices noticeably and artificially pitched down, just barely sounding human.
Headman unit, entrance is locked. Requesting remote access. Over.
Following their request, a garbled voice is emitted from all their soldiers' helmets at the same time.
Negative. Windraiser units, breach the entrance with force. Out.
Having already prepared themselves, both of the hammer-wielding soldiers, the Windraisers, quickly line up to the door. It's a reinforced steel door. They swing their hammers over their heads from side to side. With each swing, both of their hammers screech and whir as their internals absorb the force of their movements, before bringing them down upon their target. It was a reinforced steel door. It's now completely disconnected from its frame, a dented mess as it falls down a staircase that it was protecting. An excellent display of what a Windraiser can bring down in mere seconds.
Push forward,
one of the Windraisers order before entering the staircase. The smaller soldiers stare at the moving Windraiser before following them. The second Windraiser follows afterward, as the last one in. Soldiers begin descending the staircase. The deeper they tread, the weaker the blizzard's influence becomes, and the darker it gets. With those flashlights attached to their rifles, don't hesitate to switch. Those with flashlights attached to their rifles don't hesitate to switch them on. The walls aren't coated in blackened snow. They're concrete walls, aged but still holding strong. As they descend, the garbled voice begins emitting from all their helmets, giving them more orders. All units secure and contain reality distortion. Eliminate the amputated. Do not become separated. Mission failure will not be tolerated. Out. The soldiers don't respond. They're steadfast and already moving with the intent to kill and contain. As soon as they reach the bottom of the staircase, they step forward until light fixtures surrounding them flicker to life in response to their presence. Metallic groaning noises echo across the room. Upon hearing the noise, a few of the soldiers visibly jump a little. Darkness still covers most of the area in the room, but some sections of it are still visible. Monitors are drilled onto the floor and walls are inactive and useless. The sprawling, towering silver walls shine and glimmer from the light, at least the ones that aren't dirtied up by soot and burns from the loose wiring that plagues the room. In front of the walls are giant furnace-shaped tanks that shoot up from the floor, all the way to the ceiling. Pipes are exposed above, the panels protecting them laying on the ground. Debris litters the room, enough to make walking a slight hassle. However, the soldiers still press forward rather easily, barely hampered by the terrain. They make their way into a hallway with unusual twists and turns, the path occasionally forking in unclear directions. Moments pass as they press forward. The metal groans haven't stopped, yet still echoing across the room. The metal groans haven't stopped yet, still echoing across the room, as if it can't sit in one spot. They come across another room. Darkness covers the area. Lots of monitors, towering walls, furnace-shaped tank, exposed pipes. Stepping into the room, the lead Windraiser turns their head toward their squad before speaking to them.
All Fogpiercer units, report status.
The smaller soldier with equipment on their belt speaks up. Fogpiercer 4 ready. They start, their altered voice is not as deep as the Windraiser's. No hostile signs of hostiles. Cognizant stable.
Fogpiercer 3, ready.
Fogpiercer 3, no signs of hostiles. Cognizant stable.
Fogpiercer 2.
Wait. The soldier stops. No, 1? The lead Windraiser stops moving, forcing everyone behind them to halt. They turn around completely.
You want an amputative discharge?
They flatly but firmly threaten, tightening their grip on their hammer.
Your relative unit number. Repeat it immediately.
No response for several seconds. The rest of the squad stares at both the confused Fogpiercer and the angry Windraiser, like they've just been lit on fire. The leading Windraiser stares at the rest of the squad before facing forward once more. Right before they take the first step, the garbled voice blares from everyone's helmets without warning, its volume much louder than before.
Disobedient communication intercepted. All ground units. Further failure to comply will result in service reassignment.
Feedback from their helmets screeched after the voices stopped, followed by a deafening silence. The soldiers in the back stare at each other for a while before they move forward. They push into another split hallway. They pick a different direction, entering another room. The groaning has become louder, yet the same tank stands. The same walls tower, the same pipes and wires play across the room, not having changed, not even once. The Windraiser in the back of the group stops for a second, looking around the room. They then face the rest of the squad, who are still moving without them.
Fall in, they order. Code 12004. Possible recursion anomaly may have manifested.
Suddenly, as the Windraiser finishes speaking, the metal groans cease, its echo still lingering before they quickly decay into silence. The soldiers who were moving forward towards the Windraiser they left behind have frozen in place as they aim their weapons towards random directions in the room. And then, like water, a swift yet smudged movement appears in the corner of their eyes, drawing everyone's attention toward a single direction, towards the ceiling. The ceiling pipes have ruptured. Gonna take a quick water break.
Okay.
I'm really liking where you're going with this so far. It's very tense. I feel like it gets a very a very Warhammer-y type vibe. If that's I really like where a lot of this
Mhm.
world building is sort of going, and like getting a feel for all of these characters that are very much in a very if you mess up, you're absolutely dead and no one's coming to save you situation.
Exactly.
Ah. Okay, gonna take about 1 or 2 minutes. Also gonna do a quick BRB.
All right.
Also, thank you here, sire. I'll be interacting with the chat very rarely. I'm currently trying to focus all of my attention on reading, so it's hard to keep focus. But thank you. Hello, hello. I am back, but I am eating a quick bite of dinner because I realize I haven't eaten anything yet.
That's important. Take your time.
Hello, everybody. I am returned.
Welcome back.
Hello. Sponge or wooden, which would you prefer?
Either one's fine.
Okay. Well, Sponge, at the next break, which I think we'll plan, I'm assuming this is sort of a multi-chapter setup?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When we reach the end of this chapter, then, would you be all right if we opened it up to perhaps the chat?
The chat?
Yeah, to allow for possible other voices to sort of come in and do the voices while you're kind of with us.
Sure, why not?
Okay, we'll do this. Then we'll do that once we hit the chapter point, and then we'll open it up a little bit.
How do you want to do that? Like, just gonna invite people into the call, or?
I figure we can probably just hop over to, let's see.
The public Discord?
Yeah, we could just hop over to the Discord. To the work VC would probably be appropriate.
Alright then, after the chapter.
All right, thank you so much. Let's get started. After the ceiling pipes ruptured. I did want to sing a little bit more praises too. I appreciate a lot of the sort of hard descriptors that you're running with here. It does paint a very good vibe that I'm seeing right now.
Okay, thanks.
Suddenly, the lone wind raiser raises their voice, readying their hammer.
5 o'clock. Move out. Move out.
They sternly yell, pointing their hammer's shaft towards the direction of the staircase they came from.
Regroup and reassess.
Negative.
Negative.
The other wind raiser responds before directing their gaze toward the rest of the squad.
All units contain potential hostile. Compliance with mission directive is mandatory,
they remind. With that order, they remain where they are, still fixated in the direction they saw movement towards. Before the lone wind raiser could respond, one of the fog piercers standing in the middle of the room swiftly points their rifle right above them before yelling.
Hostile sighted! On my position!
Dripping, white, melting limbs. Wrapped. Ascension into darkness, out of sight. The shouting soldier yells no more. A horrible screech of rust and frost follows. Without warning, the lone wind raiser rushes to the group. They shove aside those in their way before pulling the trigger on their hammer.
Back!
They yell, waiting for those around them to back away as their hammer's internals thump and grind increasingly. After a few seconds, they swing their hammer in the direction of the screech, a massive projectile of white hail following the back of their hammer's head. The hail crashes into the ceiling as both frozen shrapnel and dust blankets the entire room, leaving behind a frosted crater. The impact causes the entire ceiling to flex as it was shuddering. Grinding and screeching of metal surrounds the room. The light fixtures blow out, engulfing the room in a darkness. The only light from flying sparks as the exposed wires were severed. No orders are given. Everyone clears out immediately as they run towards the closest exit from the room. All the soldiers, except the wind raiser who attacked the ceiling, enter a hallway together. Watching the ceiling, the wind raiser makes a quick judgment and stops in their tracks, narrowly avoiding falling debris that surely would have crushed them. Before the entire room collapses on itself, the lone wind raiser rushes to a separate hallway, just barely escaping the same fate that this structure had met long ago. Okay, that was the end of the chapter. All right.
You have any thoughts you want to say before you head on to public VC?
I say I really enjoy this. There is a lot of action currently going on here, and the tone is very dark, which we've seen a lot of surprisingly dark entries so far, and this one is, I would say, some of my favorite bits are your hard descriptors that you currently got going on here, and the sort of world building that you've already put into a lot of effort into. Like, everything has a place and everything has a structure, and that makes it feel very lived in. It's not a great life that they're living in, but it's definitely a life they're living in.
Yeah. And just a note, that is the only chapter that doesn't strictly follow the character for the audition. The next ones should probably be smooth sailing if you want to pay attention.
Okay. All right, I'm excited. I'm going to hop over to the work VC then. I'll see you there, and I'll put out a call.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, Oki brings up a good point.
Let me...
I just left that so rudely. Oh, I'm a fool. I am a fool. Welcome back.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, welcome back. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that was me.
Okay, yeah, Oki said the prose's ability to communicate tension was heart emoticon.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so hello everybody. We're currently in the work VC. There will probably be some rules to the structure so that we don't have a bunch of chaos. Obviously, Sponge is welcome to be speaking and talking and being involved. Hello, Oki.
Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye, Oki. You're live. Hello. Greetings. Can't hear your microphone very well. But we'll be starting up in a second. Gonna take another quick water break, give about a minute, and start on the next chapter of Lost Heart. We are about a little over a third of the way done. No, a little under, around a third. Okay.
I made it clear that if, like in the VC status, that we're streaming right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yep.
I have not been paying attention to Discord updates. I am unfortunately sort of blind.
Yeah, I just don't want anyone to like join and like talk casually, and then they realize they're being...
Okay. And getting started again.
All ground units, respond.
We are...
Oh.
Sorry, like, talking to Oki, yeah, we are supposed to join. Like, it is open, just try not to be... Just don't really interrupt, I guess.
Yes. For now, it's sort of open. As we kind of go through this, we'll have logical stopping points, and if anyone wants to come in to voice a character for the ease of my voice, or just wanting to partake in some of the fun, feel free to just jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Let me open up the chat. Yes, thank you. All right.
All ground units, respond. Over.
The lone wind raiser intones, their hand pressing against the side of their head. Their glass eye is the only source of light, a negligible one at that. Rep. Trans-ish. Cat. Oh. The helmet cuts out before all that's left is noise, followed by a loud beep, then silence. The wind raiser falls onto one knee, repeatedly knocking on the side of their helmet like one would a broken radio. Dead silence. It takes a moment before they stand up again, gripping their hammer with both hands. The cacophony of destruction behind them begins to die down. Looking behind them, they only see rubble block the path from where they came. The light fixtures flicker back on as the shaking stops, illuminating where they were facing before. Although risky, they could have easily tried destroying the rubble in order to reach their team again. Instead, they take a moment to turn around, facing the lit path. As they do, they notice something in the other end of the hallway.
Is that?
A white tail poking out on the other end of a corner. The lost wind raiser wipes their forehead, cleaning dust from their glass eye. As they do, they see the tail pull away, whatever's attached to it moving away from them. They mutter to themselves. They don't hesitate to move forward where the tail had disappeared. They take their first step forward, a steady step with many more to follow. The path they tread is glaringly different from the previous one. Metal grating coating in a golden hue covers the floor, showing more rooms blanketed in darkness underneath. After turning the corner, they come across an incredibly spacious area with tiled floors and ornate walls. Silver pillars rise from the floor to the roof, an arched roof. Balconies are supported by smaller pillars as well. Most importantly, the sound of cutting winds from the blizzard above is completely unheard.
Code 124-5.
Possible death displacement may have occurred. The lost wind raiser mutters under their breath before adding,
I'm incredibly far down.
Standing out, enormous stone statues of people litter the room, being about 10 times as tall compared to the wind raiser. Their figures depict both men and women from a time long gone. Some take the place of the pillars, appearing to strain themselves as they carry the weight of the structures in their shoulders. Some are standing and sitting in various dramatic poses. All of them stand above platforms with smudged bronze plates with engravings covered by a year's worth of dust and grime. The Lost Wind Raiser stares at them for a couple seconds before marching onward as they always have, their attention fixed on what's in front of them. They turn a corner, and right as they're about to leave the room, something manages to catch their gaze. They turn their head toward it before their stance visibly softens. It's two statues alongside each other, a man in combat armor and a woman in a gown. Their steel frames are exposed by glaring cracks and openings from where their joints would lie, appearing as if they'll crumble after a couple more years. The armored man kneels, holding something towards the gowned woman. The gowned woman stands, covering where their mouth would be with both hands. The statue of the armored man, unlike the rest, is missing a platform underneath it. The Wind Raiser looks up and down at both the statues before their gaze is directed at the gowned woman's platform, staring for several more seconds before slowly walking towards it. Walking towards it. Okay. They rest their hammer on their shoulders, placing their palm on their statue's plate. Wiping away the dust from the panel, the Lost Wind Raiser exposes the previously hidden engravings into the air. They're more than just engravings. Words are etched onto the panel. Violet Shepherd, 3402-34 to 3423. They stare at the panel before looking towards the other statues. Their palm slides off the panel as they take a step back. They turn around before rushing towards the other statues with heavy steps, cleaning one plate after another. Camden's Parkinson, 3394 to 3422. Honey Langford, 3382 to 3423. Nettie Winery, 3391 to 3422. Sophie Elton, 3389 to 3423. The Lost Wind Raiser takes a step back from the last statue. They stare at the statue for a long moment before finally turning away. However, as they look up, they notice something. A head of a fox with fur as white as snow, peering at them from behind a statue. Its eyelids are barely open, appearing as if they're shut. Its forehead bearing a red, eye-shaped mark on its forehead. When the Wind Raiser makes...
Oh, no, sorry. I just winced at the grammar issue I overlooked.
Right, don't bring attention to those things.
Yep.
Only you know when you've made a mistake.
Gotcha.
When the Wind Raiser makes eye contact with it, the fox slips its head back, hiding away. Then a hard, clanging sound echoes across the room. The Lost Wind Raiser's hammer had slipped from their grasps, falling to the tile floor.
A fox? I think. Yeah, that's a fox,
they yell. Although the helmet still alters and deepens the Wind Raiser's voice, their tone is audibly elated, rather than flat. Soon after, they cover the helmet's mouthpiece with both of their hands, as if they said. Soon after, they cover the helmet's mouthpiece with both of their hands, as if they had said something terrible. For the first time in countless years, they've actually expressed happiness out loud. Then they realize something. There's no squad to yell at them here. No headman listening to every word they say. It's just them and the fox. Picking their hammer back up, they rest it on their shoulder as they carefully approach where the fox was hiding. Although donning incredibly bulky armor, they manage to silently creep around the corner until...
Ha!
They blurt out in a monotone voice, prying towards the other side. The fox isn't there anymore. The Wind Raiser straightens themselves up before looking around the room.
Oh,
they whisper to themselves.
It's not scared, is it?
Still, next to the statue, they tilt their head sideways before looking upwards, straight into the statue's eyes. They appear as if staring back, its sculpted expression happening to be one of anger.
What did I do wrong?
They suddenly blurt out loud before covering their mouth again.
Not good. Shouldn't ask questions. Wait, why shouldn't I ask questions?
Their gaze shoots downwards, towards the statue's platform once more.
And why don't I have a name of my own?
The Wind Raiser yells with an audible fiery emotion which seeps through their helmet's voice modulation as if it fails to contain it. Their fists bolt towards the platform's nameplate before piercing straight through it, effectively erasing the middle of it. Then the Wind Raiser stares back up at the statue, its joints also cracked and decayed. Something odd is hugging its exposed steel mesh between the statue. Something that soon begins to swell. Something that unleashes horrible, rusted, and muffled screech that erupts in pain and fury. And as the Wind Raiser immediately reels backwards and holds their hammer with both hands, What was once unmoving now moves. What was once dead now angered. Okay. Take a quick voice break. And hello, gang. Is there anyone who would like to join in on the voice work while I take a voice break and do a little forward research into the characters involved? You are free to talk in the work VC now. Otherwise, I will continue drinking.
Yeah, I could probably try reading if no one else is gonna volunteer.
Okay, you know your story better than the rest of us, obviously. So, oh, hello.
I could read mine. I don't know.
Hey, nah, go for it.
If you guys bloody insist.
Yeah. I'll probably continue the role as the narrator, but I'll do a little bit of forward reading to see what characters are involved for whoever wants to join in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we do mine?
We're in the middle of one right now.
Yeah.
We can probably do yours afterwards.
Yeah, we currently have it set up to where we're doing wooden sponges, and then we're going to do okies because I promised them the slot, and then yours will be open.
Okay, I'll take third then. Sure.
Yeah, sorry, we've been doing this for a little while.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We're about
fine.
halfway done though.
It's fine. Don't worry.
Okay. Let me mute myself real quick while I do some forward reading. Actually, I can probably just keep talking. I'm really liking the setup that you currently got going. Moving this forward.
Mhm.
Glad to see that your big ol' scary monster individual is very much human underneath all of that, or at the very least, very much has a personality. As someone that I was expecting to be one of the harsher ones of the group, which kind of caught me off guard a little bit.
That was the intention.
Yeah. It's like a beleaguered middle manager who's just tired of this bullshit.
So should I? So while you take a voice break, should I stream so that I could scroll through while you do forward reading?
Sure. You can go ahead and pop open your stream if you want. Here, I can go ahead and scroll through a little bit. Which character did you... was there any character in particular that you wanted to voice?
No, not really. I thought the notion was that while you like for the sake of your own voice,
you want to
people would
actually...
take turns to
Okay,
read
I
like
get
the
you,
entire thing.
Oh, yeah, that actually helps. That helps speed things along, too. Okay, then I'll let you go ahead and read that. I will mute myself while I drink some water, and I'll just follow along with you while I'm reading.
Yeah, and I suggested putting it on the Discord so that you can put it on the YouTube stream as well, in case people want to follow through while reading it as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm currently live scrolling with you on it. Let me go ahead and put it back in the thing. Unless, you can go ahead and let me fiddle-faddle a little bit, open up a new scene.
Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and close this. Pop it open. Come on. And we'll just put this one over top and zoom in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fiddle-faddling on a live stream.
It's all visible, right? Like on my end.
Yeah, I can see
You're
it.
all good.
Okay.
I'm seeing how it looks on the pretty abysmal aspect ratio.
Hold on.
Oh.
What about now?
Okay. Yeah, that has changed it. Let me go ahead and fix that. It's not showing up on the stream for some reason.
No, it is showing up on the YouTube stream.
Oh, it is? Okay. I guess I'm just lagging out.
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead and pop it open again.
I
let's see.
have.
Okay, this is very good. Okay, go ahead and go for it. Oh, hold up. YouTube is not responding.
Okay. Hello?
Let me check with the chat real quick.
Yeah, the stream's still running.
Okay, sweet.
You're all good. You're all good. Don't worry.
Sorry. All right.
Yeah, I have it open too, so,
Okay, I will now mute myself and let you take it away.
alright. And for the sake of everyone's sanity, I'm not going to try doing any imitations. The Windraiser doesn't hesitate to make distance from the animated statue. Their stance hardens alongside a statue's resolve. A resolve to dislodge itself to the platform it's bound to. Its steel mesh creaks and wails in a duet with the pained, muffled shrieking of something else inside it. The first foot is dislodged, carrying itself in the air before stepping onto the tiled floor, followed by the second. The joints of the statue have completely broken apart. Only steel and swelling tissue keeps its limbs intact. The muffled shrieking gets louder and louder until finally, the statue's head is suddenly and violently ripped from its stiff neck as it shoots up in the air like a cannonball, replaced by pulsating and swelling cartilage. A dripping white sinew follows, tethered to the statue's head until it crashes and embeds itself into the ceiling. The statue grabs hold of the head's sinew like a rope before forcefully pulling it down, freeing the head from the ceiling. It then falls into their hands. What follows is the loudest, hoarsest shriek that the lost Windraiser has ever remembered hearing. A shriek that wakes the other statues from their stillness. But the statues do not shriek as well. They merely turn their heads as their gazes follow both the headless statue and the Windraiser. The pair slowly closes the distance between themselves, their steps heavy and steadfast. Neither the headless statue nor the lost Windraiser take their sight off one each other. Vox is back, watching alongside the other statues as it sits in the open. An elegant bow tie is wrapped around its tail, its ribbons splayed across the ground with a flamboyant red to orange fade. The Windraiser catches it in their sight of vision before completely turning their head towards it. Oh, hey, little friend. Before the Windraiser could finish, they find themselves in a wall. A crater in a wall. They've just been slapped like a mosquito across the room. They're still moving, although it takes them a moment to even show a reaction. Sucks, they intone before readjusting their helmet, dusting themselves off. They reach for their hammer, only to grasp nothing but air. Looking around, they still find Fox sitting idly by as it continues to watch. Equally unfaltered. Oh, it's not scared anymore, that's nice. Then they notice a hammer on the ground soon after, right behind a headless statue that continues to approach them. Less nice. Completely dislodging themselves from the crater, the lost Windraiser falls to their feet, before walking towards the headless statue once more. Why don't I have my own name? The lost Windraiser mutters to themselves. In wordless response, the headless statue lets out another piercing screech, still holding its head in its hands. It reels its shoulders and holds its head above its neck. It continues like one would right before throwing something, and keeps reeling and reeling, much, much farther than any normal human could. Wait, did I even have one? Spectating statues slowly lean forward, directing their attention towards the headless statue's torn head. They then look back at the Windraiser, who's about half the size of it. Why can't I remember my own name? As the statue winds up its throw, the Windraiser's brisk walk slowly but steadily quickens into a run and then a sprint towards the statue. They reel their shoulder backwards as well, clenching their fist. And why do I know how to fight? They continue. their voice increasing in volume with every sentence. Why can't I remember? Didn't I ask this before? Have I? The headless statue lets out a grinding roar as its only warning. The tissue exposed with its joints swelling as it hurls its head towards a wind razor. With little time to waste, the wind razor propels their fist towards the incoming statue head, and as their fist meets stone, the force causes the wind razor's feet to bore into the floor. But the wind razor, expecting such a force in the beast, has once again proven themselves worthy of a title. A sharp gust of wind rattles the room as once dead and dust is lifted into the air. Their head is sent back, the attached sinew arching as its trajectory is changed. The headless statue quite literally saw itself coming before its head carves a chunk off its torso off. The headless statue suddenly returns to stillness once more, its limbs loosening around its joints as the mass inside squeals and melts away. It collapses into the floor's golden grating before its weight rips through it, falling into the darkened room below. Once again, the crashing begins to die down, and the raised dust starts to fall. The other statues become still once more, their gaze resting where their former peer had fallen. As if nothing happened, the wind razor lazily uproots their legs from the floor before jogging towards the hammer, resting on their shoulder. They blankly look around the room before they spot the fox once more. The wind razor's stance softens again. Oh, hello, little friend. Wait right there. They shout happily as they find their words, dashing straight toward the fox. Despite prior events, the fox flinches a little. The wind razor stops in their tracks. Do I still? They ask the fox. Obviously, no response, but the fox still adopts a paranoid stature. Hey. The wind razor tries to sing song in a high-pitched yet altered voice. It's okay. The fox visibly calms down, but begins to back away a little. No, don't go. The wind razor pleads, laying their hammer on the floor. I'm never going to hurt you, they reassure. They clasp their hands together before leaning forward. Is it my helmet? Hold on. They strain as they grasp their helmet, struggling to pull it off. Their altered voice ravers and crackles as they use more and more force. Come on. With enough force, the wind razor rips the helmet off, sending sparks in the air. Its mouthpiece emits a faint buzz, then static, then nothing. They've just done what they normally think would be unthinkable. Returning to their squad is not an option anymore. And all because of a fox. Something the wind razor had not seen for a very long time. And right as they're about to drop the helmet, they take the moment to look inside it before finding something. Something engraved within the helmet itself. 2 words, carved with hasty strokes, hidden away from the outside. Quinn, remember. End of chapter.
All right. Good reading there. So I appreciate that Quinn has found a friend and is willing to absolutely die for it.
Yep.
I have only known this fox for a handful of minutes, but if anything happens to it, I will kill everyone in this room.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Voice.
Yeah.
All right. My voice is rested, so I can take back over if you are fine with that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for taking over, and I appreciate that you were willing to go ahead and do that. I love seeing creators actually go through their work. It's really fun.
Yeah, sure. I'm not really much of a public speaker, but I hope I did a good
service. You did well. Okay.
Good to hear.
Quinn, the wind razor intones to herself, her voice coarse and hushed, her expression blank as if she's asleep. Her face is an icy pale blue, her skin frozen and dull in the light. A thin metal plate completely covers where her hair would be. Her eyes are completely shut. They do not blink nor open, yet they tighten slightly, as Quinn holds the helmet up to her forehead. She stares at it for a moment before it falls out of her hands, hitting the dusty tiled floor with an echoed clang. She then looks back at the fox. It's in the same spot, sitting down as it watches her. An incredibly wide smile plays on Quinn's lips. It's not the first time today. Still scared, little buddy? Quinn asks the fox. Although an exhausted tone still seeps through her voice, it now carries a gentle, softened tone. With due caution, Quinn begins to approach the fox once more. It does not back away this time. See? Quinn reassures. It's okay. A couple of seconds pass until Quinn is finally, now within arm's length of the fox. Righteous success. Quinn kneels on the floor in an attempt to level her gaze with the fox. Their stares meet as Quinn rests her palms on her knees. Are you lost like me? Quinn asks the fox in a tranquil whisper. The fox shakes its head no. Oh, Quinn whispers, tilting their head. What are you doing here, then? It's not safe here. The fox averts its gaze to nowhere in particular before pointing its paw behind Quinn. She turns her head back for a moment. Huh? She then turns her head back, only to find that the fox has disappeared once more. Oh. Quinn sighs, her smile fading a little, at least until she feels something bump against her ankle. She turns to find the fox right beside her, along with something else. A crimson-red envelope is caught between the fox's jaw, held up towards Quinn's knee pads. A message? Quinn asks, taking the envelope from the fox. She stares at it for a while before looking back at the fox. For someone else. Again, the fox shakes its head no. Oh, Quinn confirms before staring at the envelope again. Thanks, you. She trails. Rather than tear it open, she begins fumbling with its seal, her armor's gloves struggling to slip under the envelope's golden pin. After much effort, she finally opens the envelope, revealing a letter inside. Pulling it out, she begins to read it. The message itself is written with nothing but a flamboyant elegance and utmost respect towards its dearest reader. Dear interloper, you are bewilderingly noisy, and so are your friends. Nosy. Please tell them to stop poking at the fabric of reality. It's bad for their health. However, unlike your friends, your grasp of basic manners and decency is appreciated. Furthermore, your affinity to speak something other than violence has made itself apparent. As thanks to your display of goodwill, you, and you alone, are hereby invited to the crossroads as an entrant for a tournament. You will be given hospitality for free. Remain undefeated, and you'll be granted a wish of your choosing. Pave your golden path, receive your wish, consider yourself scouted. The God Eater. P.S. Don't bet the fox. Your hands are cold. After reading the aforementioned letter, Quinn looks back at the fox, who tilts its head in response. Well, Quinn hesitates with a smile. How do I put this? She begins, looking back at her helmet. It's still on the floor. I don't think I'm in a position to tell my friends to stop what they're doing. I don't even know what they're doing myself. Quinn then looks back at the fox, widening her smile as she slides the invitation under her armor's padding. Still, I accept the invitation. Thank you, little friend, she says before standing up and walking the other way. Just let me grab my hammer, she lilts. While Quinn's preoccupied, the fox's ribbons begin to sway as reality itself ripples between them. Suddenly, the ribbons fall back down as the fox's head darts towards one of the room's balconies. When Quinn picks up her hammer, she looks back at the fox before her smile immediately fades into a blank expression. Something wrong? She asks blankly before following the fox's gaze. Quinn's squad is back. Just the other Windraiser and only two of the Fog Piercers. They quickly exchange glances before the other Windraiser begins barking order. Code 1007, Rampant Windraiser Unit. Secure the perimeter. Preparing to administer amputative discharge. Meanwhile, the fox had already begun dashing to the room's closest exit, the hole in the ground that the headless statue had made mere minutes ago. Quinn was quick to follow, her grip around her hammer firm and steady. As they make their escape, the enemy Windraiser vaults over the balcony's railing before falling in front of Quinn, blocking her path and separating her from the fox. There's still a fair bit of distance between them, and the enemy Windraiser stands their ground. Quinn doesn't slow down, nor does she hesitate to pull the hammer's trigger as it thumps and grinds. As Quinn rapidly approaches the enemy Windraiser, they harden their stance as they simply hold their hammer over their shoulder, ready to swing with unyielding force at any moment. Unapologetically by the book, as expected. Goodbye, Quinn flatly whispers to herself before swinging her own hammer, sending a flurry of hail upwards, straight over the enemy's head. Quinn's hail hits its mark. The pillars underneath the balcony are cut through by frozen shrapnel, causing them to crumble. The balcony soon follows, crashing down upon the enemy Windraiser as they attempt to run away. However, they fail to escape and are soon buried under layers upon layers of crumbling concrete. Should keep them busy, Quinn states, dust rising around her. She sprints around the absolute mess of debris towards where the fox ran off to. Luckily for Quinn, it was waiting for her. The fox's ribbons are raised once more, yet they hover over Quinn's hand. You want me to hold onto these? Quinn quickly asks. The fox nods. Without hesitation, Quinn rests her hammer on her shoulder with one hand, gripping onto the fox's ribbons with the other. When she does, the fox jumps into the darkness with Quinn following close by. And they keep falling. And falling. Until... Epilogue. Let me get a swig, and we'll get ready for it.
This last chapter's short.
All right, sweet. Taking a good old sip. All right. Moonlit, clear skies. A glimmering sky, and nothing more. A glimmering horizon, and nothing else. A field of grass and flowers that hums through its gentle embrace. Hey, wake up, sleepyhead. Quinn is laying face down on the grass, which, obviously, continues to blanket her vision in darkness. Her hammer lies beside her. Quinn mutters into the dirt right before inhaling it. She slowly pulls herself up before spitting the mud out like gum. Oh, I'm done falling, Quinn asks, still facing the ground. She then looks up, and for the first time, she sees a world she's never seen before. A vibrant meadow of flowers surrounded by skyscrapers and mountains and moonlight. Hi, a voice responds, one that Quinn can hear right beside her, a soprano that practically bounces with energy and color. Hi, hello! Quinn rolls onto her back, staring at the sky with a blank expression and shut eyes. She then lifts her head up. Her dull gaze is met with a very bright expression, one that's hard to make out with moonlight being its only competition. So, what's your name? Quinn. Yeah? Quinn? Yeah? Quinn, huh? Quinn. Please don't call me interloper. Oh, quick, talk about yourself already. You're awfully bright, Quinn complains. Huh, a little rude. It wouldn't hurt if you tried to turn that frown upside down, wouldn't it? No, sorry, you're really, really bright. I can't see. Oh. Retaining her color, the friendly ball of light in front of Quinn begins to dim. What's left is a figure that stands out against the stars behind her, with more shades of color than the meadow of flowers behind her. Hi, I'm Miss X, by the way. Hi. Hello, Miss X, Quinn responds. Hi, Miss X responds again. So, what brings you here? A fox. Miss X giggles. Yeah, a fox? Yeah, yes, a white fox. It had a bow tie and ribbons, and it was small, Quinn blurts quickly before stopping herself. Is it still here? Nope, but... Miss X sing-songs. It left a present. Quinn immediately sits up, squeezing her closed eyelids. Where? She asks, beginning to wildly search her surroundings. It takes her a second before realizing that something is already in her hand. A golden bell attached to a red necklace. The fox had given me... Oh, no. The fox had given me this, Quinn asks Miss X. Kinda, but nope. That's courtesy of whoever sent you the invitation, Miss X corrects. Quinn's eyebrows raise. Invitation? How do you know I got an invitation? Miss X's smile somehow widens even more. Surprisingly attentive. It's 'cause of your tail, silly. I'd feel like I'd know if I had a tail, Quinn intones. Oh yeah, you can't see it. Sorry, my bad. Swell, Quinn drones. For a second, I almost got excited. Well, Miss X starts, leaning forward as she stands. You should be excited. Why? Miss X straightens herself before throwing her hands up in the air. Because it means, formally speaking, that you're officially a part of something great. She twirls both of her wrists before pointing to the glimmering city in the distance. Quinn's expression softens. Oh, the tournament, she states. Yep. Honestly, though, Miss X calms down, it's a good thing that you have one, or else you really would have been an interloper. Ignoring Miss X's last comment, Quinn's head falls back onto the grass, resting both of her arms atop her armor, as she stares at the night sky once more. Miss X? Quinn asks. Mm-hmm. Quinn then breathes in the heaviest breath she can manage right now before letting out a deep sigh. Thanks for talking to me. No problem. Just trying to make sure you didn't die on your way down is all, Miss X rather bluntly says with the same cadence she always had. Quinn doesn't respond. She just continues to stare at the night sky. With nothing but the rustling of grass to fill the silence, Miss X sits down beside Quinn as they both stare at the sky. Then they spend a fair bit of the night stargazing. Two completely different people had found happiness in each other's company. A star and a snowflake together. An impossibility now possible. Would you like me to read the afterword, or would you like people to read it for yourself?
They could probably read it for themselves. It's referring, like I wrote it in reference to me, yeah.
So I really enjoyed that entry. I am glad to see what you've done with Quinn's character, and just how immediately enamored she is with the fox, and how ready she is to just like, I don't have any other options. I'm coming with you.
Well, technically she did have other options, but they all kind of sucked.
It's like, listen, you're offering me about a 6 out of 10, and that's about what I need right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you have anything else that you'd want to say before we cut off this one?
I feel like like it's pretty weird to be involved in something like this, is something I want to say. And I don't really know how I could make sure that everyone else has fun with what I make and what they make. But I hope that you at least find something really good. Like, I hope you just have a lot of fun, hopefully.
Oh, yeah. It was a blast reading this. I'm glad that we got a chance to sit down and actually go through it.
Good to hear.
Yes, you've made a good character, and most of the fun is honestly just making a character and imagining fun scenarios.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, and this is a really good first entry for your first OCT.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Oki, who we promised to spot. Let me go ahead and message them real quick. I'll also take this time to go ahead and take some drinking. If you all want to join in, those of you who are muted to talk or anything, you are free to right now. We are in an in-between period, break time to rest my voice.
Okay.
Water provides me life.
As does with everyone.
No, only I'm special like that.
You plant?
Maybe.
Good to hear.
Okay, I have messaged Oki. We'll give them about 5 minutes and then see if they respond while I take a quick. See how many more I can get done. I have a couple of auditions lined up already. We'll go ahead and close out this one. And we'll close out this one. We've made some pretty good progress tonight. There we are. Okay, so I have, I would currently have, let's go ahead and just go through archive of our own. I have a couple of ones lined up already, but if I don't hear back from Oki, because I do want them to see the reading of their round, I do want people to try to be available for it.
Yeah.
But we can start up on, I believe, Speed Star. If Oki doesn't respond in the next couple of minutes, we'll go ahead and start up yours.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
it's
here.
fine. It's fine. We haven't started yet. We're still taking a quick break. But if you want to just DM me a link to your round so I can have an easier time finding it.
Hello.
Yeah, I can read it.
All right. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. How do I say your name?
Hearse. You can call me Hearse.
Hearse.
Hi,
Okay.
Hearse.
Hello, Hearse. It's a pleasure to see you.
Yes.
Hello.
I am assuming you would like to join the lineup of auditions being read.
Yes, but I can also pitch in voices if you ever need
That would-
assistance.
I will be needing assistance as the night goes on.
Yes. I can do a range of voices. Just pick one out or so. Or narration, even, if need be.
Okay.
Okay.
I will say, though.
Oh, hey, we got a
it's-
fellow voice actor here. Nice.
No, just tabletop.
Ooh.
I will say though, the narration, your narration voice is very nice to listen to.
Thank you.
I'd say audiobook quality.
Oh, don't tell me that. I'll get a big head.
Oh, you should get a job on that, honestly.
So I would love to if I could find enough time to get a demo rolling. But here, I would still ask for a DM to your round so that I can follow along with the stream. I tried double layering it over Discord.
Sure, why not? Sure, let me get that real quick. What's your user? What?
You can just right click my name and send a message.
Choco?
Yeah, Choco D.
I hope you guys like it. This is my first time doing one of these, so I really my only wish I could have done is to do a little more visual images, but that's about it.
Be right back.
All right.
Here see. You never mind. Never mind. Are you at the screen right now?
Hold up a second. It's almost done.
I don't know.
Also, thank you for organizing this. I was considering doing something similar, but you saved me a whole lot of social energy.
Yes. Okay. Let me see if this is visible on the stream real quick. It's kind of giving me a white background. Okay. Give it a minute to load in and catch up, and let's see. Still loading. How long is this entry, might I ask? 12
pages.
Okay. Did you want to go ahead and just read the whole thing yourself, or did you want any assistance in the background?
So for the little drone guy, I would like a little bit of a squeakier voice. I don't know. Never mind.
Yeah.
Although I do the Vox, it has a voice here, so I would like a female voice for that, if possible.
Okay.
I don't know.
It might be good if we get a layout of how many characters you have in the audition itself, and we can divvy up the characters real quick.
5. 3 of them are my OCs, Hikaru, Ryujin, and Parsec. Parsec is going to be a support character. Hikaru, Ryujin, and the competitors.
Okay.
Tenki's going to be there because he wanted to cause mischief for a day.
Okay.
And the Fox.
Oh, sorry.
Because I kind of want to do an audition where one of the characters enters the world. And then there's also the Fox, who will be voiced.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take Tanky's voice then. And did you want to do the narration, or did you have a preference?
I can narrate.
Okay.
I can narrate each of the bits.
And Hurst, did you want to do the Fox's voice and perhaps another character?
Sure. What do you want for the fox, or what character?
For the Fox, she kind of has like a. She's pretty much the responsible type, so I'd like some like a tone like that.
Hold on, let me share the link
although
to you
she
first.
although she's kind of like she's kind of like a somewhat teenage brat, but attention to that, but that's it. I don't have that much direction. Just responsible, kind of a kind of somewhat exaggerated, but that's all I need. I don't have that many lines for the fox, so yeah,
We'll take it from context then.
All right,
yeah.
let's go ahead and hit it up.
Okay, so hey there, I'm Parsec. Boss ain't here, but it doesn't mean I can't speak to you. What would you like me to do? Just pretend it's like a menu. You click the journal logs and all that. Oh, big warning.
Hmm.
Warning. Whenever you see background audio sections that are in blue, these songs are used for the sake of ambiance, not for the sake, not for any copyright reasons, and are definitely gonna hit it on the run. These are tunes borrowed from your prime Earth, the world you guys reside in. In any case, what logs do you want to do? Introduction segment. Journal log. Introductions. June 4th, 2164. Oh yeah. You want to do the audio cues too?
We'll keep out the audio cue since we're on YouTube right now. Don't want to get consumed.
Okay, I guess I can work with that. Let me get the audio. Hey, if you're reading this, then there's a good chance that you might not know who I am or where this log is from. Let me fix that. The name's Hikaru Hoshi, a half Novalian boy. Just think of Novalians as star people with laser tails attached to the back of our necks. Where I come from, fame is quite literally the source of our world's power. We call this fame energy as viralium, and we use it in place of fossil fuels. With the Earth taking much better care, it's an amazing sight to behold that Earth's nature had been saved thanks to this amazing energy. It seems attracted all sorts of interstellar people from many backgrounds, and ever since then, the world has really become reliant on fame, fortune, and social media. If you become famous, you're pretty much set in life. However, that's not to say that this world doesn't face any hardships. With fame now being used as a framing device for evil too, it has made some times for many. I too was unfortunately hit with these framings. I used to be pretty big in the idol scene and had a lot of fun in the biz, though one day it all ended in a tragedy of my own, where one of my band members had become the target of an assassination by the form of this freaking green light, similar to mine, and thinking it was one of my family members and all that, they blamed me of all people. Oh, and by they, I mean our group leader, Dookie. And thus, I've been charged for a crime I never committed. And being forced to retire from the idol life after that, it was really the worst thing that happened to me. It sucked that I lost everything over a blame without any sort of evidence backing it. Something that I feel like can be relatable in this day and age. But enough about that. Sometime later, I took up live streaming instead, and from what I've done so far, it's been working well for me. Thanks to it, it's got me closer bit by bit to put me in a better situation in life after that whole shenanigans. Though it didn't mean I was going to be living the easy life because I felt like something was missing in my life. So, one day, while I was looking for jobs, there was a crime fighter position available and thought, that sounds like fun. Although, hey, wait. Maybe I can combine both jobs at once. And with my Navalian powers, I don't even have to worry about bringing a weapon. I gave it a whirl, and despite the seeky awkward silences of my first few weeks, I began working my way through the ranks, getting everyone to respect me for my new strength. And this slow but sure success has even earned me an adopted big bro backing me in this life of mine, despite how the both of us, this meeting being not the best way to meet. He basically just kidnapped me, but we got better afterwards. But hey, new roomie, and he's a dragging head too to boot. Though whatever ventures happen, I just hope I can make a good mark in my name again someday. Exit. Logs. Interdimensional invitation. July 27th, 2164. Characters. Yeah, I'll just skip that part because I already recapped everyone. One fine day was such a strange yet fun diversion. After that fun show that pulled me out of retirement for a day, which was definitely gonna be You know what? That's not an important detail, but it's just a reference to one of my upcoming fan projects. So, yeah. It was business as usual in any case. Though the job today of kicking criminals' asses was all fine and good, it wasn't the usual beat the snot out of today's criminal only day. Still, work is work, and the show must go on as they say. Hey, kid, you gonna come out? We got ourselves a new job today. Yeah, I know. Just let me get Parsec up and running, and we can blow this joint to get to work. I've been getting some maintenance on Parsec here till just now. He's my camera buddy, and by an unknown circumstance, has developed a conscience of his own. And honestly, it's pretty cool that he's like us. If it weren't for him, you guys wouldn't be able to read this manga amongst many others. After getting ready and dressed up in our costume threads, we had business like usual as we jump off from our rooftops, it was usual work. Our jobs are pretty much in line with superheroes and the police work, scouting out for danger, clobbering all criminals, save the day, usual stick you would expect out of this job. While we've been accustomed to the job, this latest one sure did pique my interest as it came on at my phone. Hmm. What's this? Today's target is Senki? Wait, that's his name? Strange. Species Divine Dragon? As soon as Ryujin found that part out, he peered at my screen very closely and became immediately interested in the job. He wondered what sort of dragon he is he given the humanoid form tag he appeared in the target database. Wait, what was that second part? Dragon? Well then, I don't mind if we get him. What's the target's minimum rank? I've been looking for someone like him to pop around. Hold on, there's more to this story. The reason why we're targeting this guy is because, oh my god, he stole the chief's diary? Wait, I'm sorry, what now? Even for someone as stubborn as me, it did make me question why Target is really wanting for a book when thievery and money would have been more abundant. But regardless of the reason back then, we didn't think about it too much on it and decided why not take a deeper a bit more before making what was about to be a major decision. You know, on one hand, that's just messed up. But on the other hand, I kind of want to see it. Blah, 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 first person to catch him, blah, 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 make him say I can see, blah, 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 and return the diary with a special reward. Okay, sure, but what's this special reward? Looking at the secrets? All right, fine. Let's see what the ring we gotta do. Something up? Oh, oh. The target's free for the taking. I've never seen an unranked assignment before. Let's do it. Hmm. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. My fellow dragon is someone I've always wanted to tussle with. I can't wait. Ryujin cracked his knuckles, hoping to see what this target was like. I could imagine the fire in his eyes back then, and I get it for personal reasons. He wanted to see if there's a chance that his folks are still out there. And if not, he can get a powerful opponent out of the matter anyway. Ready to get down with this guy? He is Ryujin, but Parsec, meanwhile, was concerned about it. I never cared about that because I was off daydreaming about the reward, but I was aware of the virality manga anyway. But any prize that is worth it is something I'll pick, something I'll seize. We don't even know what this target is capable of, and you want to go all in anyway? Nothing venture, nothing gain. Come on, Parsec, live a little. I don't know what that metaphor means, but all right. I'll, I'll make sure to help catch this target and find him like usual. Without second thought, I accepted the job. This one I could tell was more of a competition, but I refused to lose, I thought. And hey, it didn't say anything about more than one person taking the job at once. Looking around the metropolis from atop the roof, we were given an operation, and while hopping over the rooftops once more, trying to find that person on foot. And from the looks of it, other people are trying to find this guy as well from the organization. I never knew it back then, but the four who were leagues ahead of us back then would wind up being very important to me later on down the line. There's a scavenger's hunt and a race to see where the target is. And honestly, it was really hard. You wouldn't think that in your world, wearing costumes like these makes you stand out too much? Well, not here. Anyone wearing outside of your everyday ones is not that out of place. There's also pursuing. There's also pursuing. Those also pursuing consisted of a cowboy, a martial artist, a puppeteer, and a mystical magician. And as it was a race around town, since clearly the target wouldn't have gone far given the boatload of security in the perimeter, until finally, after a half hour of searching the area, we found the target inside a large parking lot. and very clearly a mischievous one at that. He was reading the diary and very much enjoying himself passing the time learning their secrets. Although, it would seem he had a friend with him on a soldier. A fox with an envelope, if you will. Tenki-
My, what fun secrets this chief has. It was worth divulging to learn what secrets this universe has. Ha 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 ha.
Here's-
Honestly, Tenki, are we really going to have you find a candidate like this?
It'll be fine. It's a great shakeup. I just hope they can find me in time.
You know, in hindsight, I thought back then on one hand reading anyone's diary is pretty messed up, but on the other hand, I've always wondered what Chief was like behind that exterior. So I honestly feel a level of sympathy for him. Though I will say, on closer expansion of the target, he seemed to be a pretty unassuming one. But if he got past the guards, then this guy has to be in a level much greater than. Before we go and get him, we had to devise a strategy, and the strategy was pretty much kind of pointless considering Ryuji wanted to tussle at first. Alright, here's the plan. Me and Parsec will go and get him from the front, while you, Ryujin, get him from behind. While he's now by himself, making sure to restrain him may be cliche, but no, we're not doing that. I want to take front charge this time. I've always wanted to face another dragon. But no buts. Alright, you can do that. You go nuts while I try to pressure him behind, I guess. This will be a tough job, guys. Good luck. As Tenki began reading a majority of the diary's pages, we got to our position. Ryujin went out casually as he approaches Tenki with an intent to challenge him.
What have we here? Someone finally catch me at my game?
He closed the book up and took notice of the red dragon man with the long mane of hair and coat. I heard all about you causing a lot of trouble for our boss, so he sent us out there to fight for it back. And truth be told, I've always wanted to see if I can catch a divine dragon such as yourself.
Interesting. Let's see if you can really back that speech up. Catch me if you can.
As the two began what essentially looked like a super dangerous game of tag, Parsec began filling the area with his viralium stock, empowering the dragon with extra strength to attack, while Hikaru meanwhile went to work finding a moment's strike. Enki began thinking that this was child's play for him, but as soon as he got caught for a while, this favored Hikaru as he began to push his push from behind after him. Though it would seem that he knew this plan from the start, considering I never realized that he could warp across the space.
I see what you're gonna do.
I felt a really powerful barrage of electricity at that moment, as it was summoned by a spatial rift. And it was at the level of one that could kill any normal person, but my case was different.
How was that, young man? Don't think you can just act all talk without walking the walk. I've heard about that funny plan of yours for quite some time.
Tenki, don't you think that's a little...
No.
While he was taunting me about my place in the world, he may be right about that. But my cocky attitude would still justify because, I'm walking the walk. You see, I'm no ordinary human boy. I'm half Dovalian, living, breathing stars of light given human form. Lightning's my affinity, so this is just an afternoon snack. This caught the interest of a target. Not everyone could withstand a powerful blow like that and walk unscathed. But leave it to some revelations that change the outcome of this fight.
Oh, how very interesting. Not everyone I know can withstand a powerful bolt like that. You've caught my attention, young man.
That's why I kept that covered up while we fight. Now then, you might want to dance in a trance. By the way, heads up! Leading itself to a ton of walls, I pushed Tenki through the means of raining down my radiant stabs as Parsec filmed the whole scene from atop. It racked just enough views for a moment for me to power up and give Tenki a trip up for a moment. And Ryujin got him restrained in that moment for struggling hard to even keep it in check.
Oh my. That was quite the unexpected turn.
Yeah, you ever saw this coming? Now, hand back what you stole or else. And at first I was expecting him to just nod and bolt out the window, but instead he just puts his arm up in yielding position.
All right. I concede. Here's the diary back. No tricks, no secrecy, all in mint condition. Just put the streaming mode on off mode and I'll get into the details.
He sure still acted as a mischievous dude, but Ryujin made a sure restraint for understandable reasons. Can't have him doing us like the last time someone like this did. Someone like him did. Didn't want another hospital built charter this after all. You mean it? You're really not hiding any tricks under those puffy sleeves of yours.
Most definitely.
And as soon as Ryujin relented, and as soon as I ended that stream off, proceeded to go on and congratulate us. He was very pleased to find out not one, but a trio of people catching him in his antics. And so he announced to us while clapping.
Gentlemen, congratulations, you icons of justice. You've been handpicked to be potential candidates for our big tournament. A widespread tournament spreading across countless worlds that you may or may not have imagined.
I was dumbstruck to find out this was just a plot to find candidates out for attorney on the fly. If that was his true intention this whole time, I guess that while it may mean there's no ulterior motive, the fact that he did this without realizing how much of a strict person our chief was very bold indeed. I don't feel like I can even arrest the guy for thievery since, let's be real, I feel like he'd be out of our league even if we find at max power. Somehow I felt like I lost on the inside. You did all this just to get some candidates for a competition. What's the prize? If you're really going to cause a scene like that, then you've got to pay big time for that.
Oh, that is a wonderful question, good sir. And the answer to that very valid question is simple. A free wish of your choosing. Glory, reunion, redemption.
I'm doing an online reading quick. I'll be done.
Hey.
You're doing what? Oh, I'm doing an online reading. Give me a sec. An online reading of my story. Just give me 5 minutes. Reunion? That last one also got me thinking. If I could really take a redemption wish and be able to erase the crimes I've been falsely planted with, maybe I can get back to how my life was. And Ryujin... Yeah, I will. And Ryujin was pondering too, since I could tell he could wish to be with his family again. His biological one. And maybe by extension, be able to help unite his people's families as well. As we were thinking this, that small fox from earlier had appeared before us on the Divine Dragon's shoulder, and it was carrying a crimson envelope that could lead to our wishes coming true. And it was curious of us, seeing that we have the potential to be in this competition. Hold on, can we break a bit for the voice? Yeah. Kind of be it for the voice here. See, I'd like the voice to be more mature, not like sigh, please. She has some authority. No. Here's you're up.
Oh, here we are, live. Sorry. Hello, Hearst.
Yes, they're busy.
Here, I can take over for real quick so we can get this one finished up.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, we don't normally hand out invitations like this, but you guys seem to be going through all sorts of troubles on your own, and I do apologize for the mischief he may have caused with your boss. Would you like to accept Tanky's proposal? Do you need some water, Speedster?
Yeah, I just need to get something quick.
Okay. Go ahead and poke through. I got a message back from Oki.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I've thought about it for a while, and working towards a wish to get my life back was the only motivation I had to get me to want it in on the whole tournament. So I decided, I'm in. If I'm able to get back to my own life in some way, I'll take it. Are you guys gonna agree and come with? Yeah, most definitely. Can't wait for the many people we're gonna meet on this place. Let's do it, boss. I've always wondered what other worlds are out there. So it'll be a great opportunity to learn all sorts of cultures and people, and get a multiversal support. All three of us nodded in agreement for Tenki's proposal, and I accepted the invitation that the three of us can have. As soon as we did, Tenki would begin with this.
Yeah.
I'll just fix that quick. Go on.
And you know what? How about you keep that diary for the time being so that you can pry open its secrets while you're all gone? That thing's the real deal. Oh, you'll also need this if you want. Oh, you also need this, if you would, little fella.
It was foolish of me to just learn its secrets secret, but we definitely had too much more curiosity to know what our chief was like in reality. And Honestly, who wouldn't want to see one of the more serious looking peoples inside scoops? So I decided to keep the diary instead.
Yes, that will surely end well. In any case, allow me to bring you all into the crossroads. This'll take a second. Take these with you.
A blinding light shone upon us closely, and in the center of it appeared two twin bells. I wonder what they were for. Guess it's for me and Ryujin to be classified as a team? That seems to be the case. In any case, a swirling bright yellow portal gate appeared before us. Though before seeing it, it was very much too bright at first to take a look immediately. But after that, it was quite a spectacle from the other side of the town where the tourney will take place.
Right this way, good sirs. We'll be having a fun time together. Are we?
Yeah, let's go, gang! Yeah! Jumping into the river without any sort of hesitation, the three of us became spiraled into a new part of the universe. And as soon as I got my bearings, we found ourselves in this large old-fashioned city not too far off from what Tokyo and Yotes had offered, where we've been selected to take part in a tournament, whether it be the stands or perhaps the grand stage. The last time I've been involved in a crowd like this, it was with a music show back in my usual hangout spot, that is the Eon Mall. But to be on another collaborative effort within the multiverse, it's gotten me excited for the experiences to come. And before departing, Planky left with a farewell.
All right. We hope you enjoy your stay in the crossroads. Welcome to this humble world of ours.
You know you're going to get yourself in trouble, Tanky.
I know. I just wanted to have some fun in that world. It's one of the few I'd actually get behind.
Exit.
All right.
Finished.
Thank you for joining us for the reading. Sorry if we put a strain on your voice. Hope you're doing
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I've always wanted to do voice acting anyway, so this helps me get some practice.
Yeah, it's always good to get some practice in. Be sure you take care of your voice, take water breaks, and do your warm-ups.
I know. Thank you.
Yeah. Hope we get a lot of practice.
Yeah. I appreciated a lot of this round. Had a lot of characters that were very well versed with each other, very much lived in together. Just I am my coworker, and we just have to put up with each other. This was a fun read.
Thank you. Actually, and what do you what you guys think? Any more
It
thoughts?
was good.
Um,
I
Really
do
have a
like the
strong
setting.
character voice.
Said you liked your character voice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Oki seems to have returned, so we will go ahead and get their audition set up. I don't think they're in the chat right now, but I'll go ahead and find them. And then we will read Hearse's.
Okay. I'm gonna go finish my dinner.
Go get your
I know they're
food
calling me.
set up.
I'm glad I'm glad I got to work with you guys.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us.
Have a good one.
Also, to listen, but yeah.
All right. Let me go ahead and see if anyone finds Oki's audition, please send it to me. Otherwise, I'm just going to be looking.
Let me check.
Oh, here it is. Found
They
it.
probably have it in the wiki. Yeah.
I need to go to the wiki. That's a better place.
Were you looking at the Discord before?
I was looking through the Discord before.
Oh,
You're
okay.
gonna have to put up with me not navigating. I came from the Skype era.
Not a problem, sir.
I can feel myself fading away.
I can contribute to this one, though. It seems that occasionally Discord decides to cut me.
That's odd. But we are perfectly willing to get you in. So I suppose we will figure out the characters as we go along if anyone wants to join in.
Sure. Or would you like someone to take over the narration for you?
Let's pass off on narration. Give each other's voices a break. So I'll read one section, then we'll pass it off to you, and we'll just bounce off of each other as we figure it out.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll start it off then on this one, and then when we get to the next one, we'll swap it over to you. We will give you the access to, I guess, claim to any characters that you want to go ahead and take, since I know you've read this one. I haven't read this one yet. Let me go ahead and message Oki while we get set up and get our usual business.
Let's see here. Let me just pull up the link myself.
This is probably the longest session I've ever streamed, and let me get a stand-up break.
Ha! I can take over for a bit if you would like. And by a bit, I mean I could probably do the work.
Sure, you can go ahead and go for it.
Okay, let's see here. Let me just yank this PDF up. Let's see here. Skipping the authors now, since that's mostly for the judges.
I have no right to judge.
Huh. At the moment, there is only darkness, accented by the softest yet violet glow. To the soldiers who wait in it, darkness is a tool, for they know it only to be the absence of light, nothing more. Seemingly formless things can be manipulated to perform any task. That rings true for everything in this era, after all. Outside the darkness, cross guards move to their positions with particular haste. This is the product of a dearly urgent situation. Shouts, murmurs, and footsteps become the synthesis of each's life, intertwined with unfaltering obedience to a caretaker, the God Eater. When these wardens meet their end, it will hopefully be with satisfaction. From the darkness it begins. Telltale sounds of violence descend upon a room outside of the fire team's refuge. By definition, a cacophony, thanks to its thunderous volume and erratic nature, but the noise was never supposed to be music. This is not an artful massacre, nor a display of wrathful superiority. This is necessary. A voice of command from beyond calls. The soldiers leap out of the darkness into a steel room where generators loom over graded pathways. Nearby, a group of cross guards and 3 distinct figures engage with 5 allies, whose black armor is highlighted with runes blazing violet. In they come to the fight. A wave of bullets and ordnance scatter the opposition. A rat-like humanoid, the Rat King, attempts to seize an opening, but a ball of fire from a small humanoid soldier cinches his fur. He retreats from the fight, prioritizing his survival. The soldier has no such weakness. A fragment of a second passes. The soldier finds her next target, Saki, the bartender. Creating 2 successive bursts of air, she launches herself towards Saki's flank. Whilst Saki is locked in combat with a behemoth soldier, her halbert's white edge rips through Saki's heel, corroding the surrounding muscle. The soldier's ally sends the undefended Saki unconscious with a single body blow. A gust of wind nearly knocks her off her feet. She knows who it is, and she knows what to do. As Rakanai begins to shift her form, a flurry of monochrome lotuses and bullets maim her clothing, her flesh, and her capabilities. The wind dies down, taking Rakanai's posture with it. A different soldier with dagger and buckler blinks on top of her unconscious body just a moment too late as she is dragged out the fight via a portal on the floor. The fight is finished. The soldier will proceed. She relocates to the building's peak, a tower set over the windmills of the Dragon's Post. Dusk rolls over the crossroads moments before nightfall. Buildings of red and white mortar decorate the earth. Each is filled with warm lights. They burn amber amongst the deep blue landscape, a haven amongst the cold void, a benevolent offering by its patron. Whilst the sun shifts beneath the horizon, darkness settles around the crossroads, then within the city as its windmills shut down. Only the lanterns retain their flame. A different kind of light takes hold. Its priority governs higher causes, for eternity it shall influence souls infinite in number and of every color. Thus it uses its authority where necessary to accomplish its goals, as do its soldiers, as does she. The soldier will accomplish her goal by any means necessary. Tonight, a violet blaze incinerates the darkness. Beneath her mask, the flames reflect in the soldier's vaxillera. Tonight, the God Eater has been struck down. The fire is beautiful, the fire is pure. She must be the fire. Tonight, the crossroads burn.
Chilling.
There are no gods anymore, only fools. Baton pass.
All right. Part 1. The Heretic. Tonight, the sky is bright white. A woman finds herself in a familiar, yet perpetually alien landscape, where the light of a white sun glistens upon a concrete plain whose expanse is incomprehensible. Where there should be trees, jagged rectangular poles of concrete pierce the ground. Where there should be mountains, the ground rises not gradually, but erratically at completely vertical angles. Even the water looks dead compared to its natural appearance, being a brackish substance with a charcoal color. Neither sickening to drink nor nourishing. Its thick appearance and how it stains reminds her of blood. The woman stands up, her eye catching the closest thing to flora in this void, being lotuses floating down the streams. Oop, sorry, my cat's interrupting. Their razor-sharp petals alternate between colors of black and white. Only the water manages to stain them. Nothing else. This lotus's stream leads to the doors of a building, a masterwork of crude architecture composed of the same concrete blocks that compose the landscape in a slightly different shade of gray. Walking forward, the woman hears a distinct sound, a choir of angels outside the door. She wipes her feet stained with bloody water. The woman enters the church, ready to meet the Maduabuchi. Her mentor is confessing. My God, I am sorry for my sins with all my heart, in choosing to do wrong and failing to do good. The other praying woman kneels at a pew in the front. If it were not for her voice, Maduabuchi would be impossible to locate. Let me know if I'm saying this wrong. Her cloak engulfs her entire body and is the same color as everything here, causing her to blend into the environment like some sort of ghost. I have sinned against you, whom I should love above all things. She is surrounded by typical imagery of the old faith. It still follows the aesthetic of the landscape. Its faces and bodies are simplified into dozens of rectangular prisms, and their gaze. I firmly intend, with your help, to do penance, to sin no more, and to avoid whatever leads me to sin. Despite their eyes being depicted as mere slits, they seem to follow her as she walks down the aisle towards the altar, toward a pillar of warm light radiating from a hole in the ceiling, one where individual strands of energy unite with one another to form a cohesive, beautiful image. Our Savior Jesus Christ suffered and died for us. She almost pauses, as if to accept the light as a gift, but there are higher priorities at the moment. The woman turns right and checks the seat for any dust. It is immaculate. She moves over and sits down, waiting for Maduabuchi to finish. In his name, my God, have mercy on us fools. Maduabuchi stops, sits up, and turns around. Hey, Maduabuchi. She jumps onto Maduabuchi's arm to hug her. I'm going to ask a question. You okay with that? She warmly agrees and reciprocates the embrace. I don't see why not, Benafshaj. Why are you still Catholic? Why haven't you asked sooner? Maduabuchi chuckles and leans back, crossing one of her legs over the other. After years spent with me, why is it now you ask why I'm one of the 200,000 remaining worshippers of a dead faith? Benafshaj pauses to contemplate. Curiosity? She seems uncomfortable with the answer. You, the Benafshaj Safi, acting on her dirty, filthy, oh so detestable human instincts rather than the virtue she values so dearly? Yeah, I know, she draws back. I already know Benafshaj Safi indulges in her emotional impulses for the first time in the century, a monumental historical event. She speaks with clarity. Purity means keeping indulgences to an absolute minimum. Denying them dooms the soul to insanity.
This is the path to excellence. Banafsaj leans in again, her tone lightening. Now spill. Out of all the things you could be doing with your infinite time in this brutalist mindscape, why waste it participating in a dead faith? A few reasons, Banafsaj. Yes, she smiles. First, I was forced into it. Cruel. A mercy. A fair and effective punishment for my hubris. Instead of being trapped in a flaming tomb, submerged in boiling blood, or forced to wander a white labyrinth for all eternity, they simply sought that I learn to submit to a moral authority. Many have suffered worse for less. The second, I'm happier. How did you do it? Not by myself. It was ultimately the personal connection between me and God that gave me such power. Regardless of if they are real, loving connections are forces of impeccable magnitude. When I hit rock bottom, it provided me the strength and emotional fulfillment necessary to save myself. Strength and fulfillment I never had after the fall of the tower and ultimately myself. That is, her white irises break their gaze with Maduabuchi. Too much for a woman like me. Banafsaj sulks. Bir Banafsaj, a short sigh emanated from Maduabuchi's hood, casts. Your dedication to your work need not interfere with exploring other aspects of living. She refocuses her gaze. But you constantly remark how my dedication is a source of strength. It's a weakness, too, and a deadly one, let me tell you. Most psychological traits are. Maduabuchi explains to Banafsaj. I'm sure you've heard the saying before, that the world is neither black nor white, but merely shades of gray. I have relied upon this trait my entire life. Must I abandon it now? No, please, Banafsaj. Banafsaj strikes the pew with her fist. Then how must I circumvent this issue? Kindly, Maduabuchi, if you have the wisdom to provide it, so I do not fall to corruption and become another source of suffering. Banafsaj, please don't overreact. You've been living with the consequences of your best traits for 4 decades, and you turned out beautiful. She pouts. I just got real lucky. I did too, Banafsaj. Everyone does. She shoves the topic aside. So you have advice? No, you'll have to look to others for that. Banafsaj knows Maduabuchi has some sort of smile underneath that hood. Simple as. But you look to others. Need I say more? No, Maduabuchi. Excellent. She stands, revealing her full form, a simple gray hooded cloak that forms well around her body and bound in black belts, partially accentuating the muscular physique of Maduabuchi. Her hands are covered with gloves of a lighter shade, and her face is obscured by a perpetual shadow cast through the cloak. Only one item is on her person, a brick inscribed with the silhouette of a beheaded lion bound to her hip with some cord. She asks Banafsaj, ready to wake up? Ready to wake up, handing her a sword and motioning towards a small pool recently formed in the center aisle. Banafsaj responds, Yes, if there was by any means any hesitation left in her tone, it has all burned away. Her hand embraces the weapon. Once the pew is abandoned by Banafsaj, she strides over to the main aisle. Murky waters fade to reveal a clear, reflective surface where her reflection becomes visible. Both step in from opposite ends of the pool. The church's floor falls wayside to an endless abyss of the same colorless liquid composing the pool. With impious focus, Banafsaj looks at her adversary in her 2-hued eyes. They brace for the coming clash. After an extended stalemate, Banafsaj spots an opening and drives the tip of her blade through the reflection's head. The same wound opens in Banafsaj. After both collapse to the ground, they begin being consumed by the sea. Expeditiously, blood pours out from the head of Banafsaj. The water becomes a different shade due to its presence. A familiar shade. Brackish gray. The wound only worsens as the slit spiderwebs out to Banafsaj's head, breast, torso, and her limbs. More and more blood is spilt until her vision fills with a night thicker than pitch and darker than a winter solstice. She can see just barely razor lotuses untainted by the water, coming into bloom, whose immaculate petals gleam black and white amidst a sea of placid gray. Whether they bloom in spite or
Whether they bloom in spite of or because of the waters, she cannot determine. All right. End chapter. Take a sip of water.
Huh. Do we have a third?
Does anyone else want to join? I'm quite enjoying this entry so far. It is.
All right.
Oh, welcome back.
All right, fuck it. I'll do it. Where's the whose entry is this?
This is
it's
Oki's.
Oki's. And I can also probably do it if you don't want to.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start passing off then.
This one does have dialogue. I can take care of the God Eater.
Sweet.
Okay.
Who? Someone DM it to me.
Okay, here, let me get it for you.
The video.
Wait.
All right, there you go.
Wait. That's a PDF.
Oh, hold up. That's PDF. Hold up. Yeah, I'm a dummy. Hold up. Let's fix this.
Yeah.
Delete that. Find the original file.
February. Never mind.
Let me go to my downloads.
Why am I so itchy?
All right, this should be it.
Okay, let's see.
We are on page 14.
All right, let me. Page 14. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this one's long. I love to see it. You want me to take care of narration?
Here. Well, since you, we'll try to give some people some breaks. So for now, we'll let. Does anyone want to take care of narrator?
Yeah, I can do it. It's okay.
Okay. We'll let you take care of narrator then, and we'll keep the characters to other people to rest your voice, because it sounded like you're getting pretty rough at the end there.
No. It's fine. Don't worry. I've wanted to do this. It's okay.
All right, have fun.
All right. The city outside is filled to the brim with warm and people as February and are underway for the cross tournament. At the peak of the Fox Den, two women meet for a second time. Soldiers not dressed in their usual attire, revealing her civilian appearance. She sits up, independent of the seat's backboard, maintaining crossed arms. A smile is paired with a stern glare. The goddess is opposite her, leaning back with a smirk on her face and the slightest tremble in her foot. The soldier has skin the color of burnt honey, while the goddesses resembles French peaches. One has actually black hair with alabaster highlights. Alabaster? I never heard of that one. And a long ponytail. The other, a pale porcelain updo, parted into 9 segments. Both carry flowers in their hair, crimson lotus and a magenta pseudo-Auden, respectively. Please tell me I'm not butchering that last one. Their eyes differ too. A pair with inverted colors of a black sclera and white iris, and a normal pair with irises resembling the sunset. The soldier no longer has her armor to conceal her, so instead he chooses an ivory-hued suit and tied with an ebony Oxford slacks and dress shoes to pair. The process is more complex. A scarf and cloth beneath her breasts reach past her loins, coated in a gradient extending from fuchsia to flame. The rest of her torso and a single leg are covered with fine black silk. As for her shoes, pink platform heels. The most glaring feature about her, though, are the 9 tails that dance behind her, marked red circle trying to get a single golden dot, the mark of the God Eater. They get to talking. Hello?
Oh, The God Eater.
So,
They get-
one second. They get to talking.
So, who is this one?
Oh, introductions. I am Banafsaj Safi, Madam God Eater.
She grins, extending her hand. The God Eater pauses for a short while before accepting it and gingerly remarks.
You already know my name. That's an interesting detail.
She pulls back into her seat.
But I probably should have expected such a thing. Considering what you did, you know about my secret, yes, Safi?
Yes, Shifu. Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but that's how I am.
She breathes a sigh of relief and speaks with newfound levity, as if a weight has been lifted from her shoulders.
Interesting. Then, could I provide you with the pleasure of a drink before we begin?
She retrieves a bottle of liquor from a nearby cabinet and two shot glasses.
No.
Come on, you mortals only get so many years.
The God Eater turns to Anafsaj as she reclaims her seat, finding irritably painted over the human's face.
Experience the joys of life. Live a little.
She empties some of the dark fluid into one glass. Her tone shifts.
I am living as you requested by not poisoning my body.
Harsh for a seemingly jovial woman like you.
It's a distraction from what's important.
And what would that be?
Doing my duty.
Oh, speaking of your duty and whatnot,
She recalls and takes a sip of her drink while Anafsaj scoffs.
the purpose of our meeting. My agenda. I danced around the topic, yeah.
But Anafsaj nods.
If you explain.
Thanks.
Oh.
No, it's hard to tell who's talking sometimes.
Yeah, don't worry. Just roll with it.
If you explain, I will work with your request to the absolute best of my ability. You can be assured of that.
Her tone reverts. And she
That
sits
is
in
enough, Sash.
It's okay. Just keep going. But only if you fulfill my request.
And that is...
The freedom of the soldiers captured during the Crossroads incursion. 22 of my allies remain under your hold. A deal can be negotiated if need be.
I'll think about it, Banafsaj.
She takes another sip.
Think about it. This is important. Give me a definitive answer.
No, give me what I want first, traveler, and maybe then I'll give you your request.
If you insist, shoot.
So, around a year ago, I caught wind from my divine eyes and loyal crossguards. There are infiltrators planning to attack the Foxden VIP room for unknown reasons 11 months from now. The force is formidable, but not enough to threaten the sanctity of the crossroads. It would do better as a test of its residents' capabilities. Something to keep them on their toes, you know? I don't investigate, wanting it to see a good show, a good fight. But then it happened.
The God Eater's eyes widen and he sighs.
But everything seems to be in place. The Cross Guys have finished their investigation without my assistance and are ready for the attack. They bring along combat-capable residents, travelers, even previous competitors, and I'm winning a fight with one of 3 identified opposing squads. It lasts 5 minutes. The substitute bartender hands me a drink, and I immediately fall to the floor, finding my conscience half dead as unexpected teams of enemy soldiers swarm the Foxden. Before I can summon the power to wipe away the problem, the ground beneath me opens up as any remaining awareness joins my body. 4 hours later, I wake up to find a crossroads and unpredicted chaos, yet the only damage done to the VIP room is but a single odd crystal that refuses to exist in the rest of my dimensions. The power has gone out. Half my crossguard forces are either injured or dead. along with most of the volunteer force, and my body aches for the first time in centuries.
She finishes her sentence. Shit. She finishes her sentence, still shaky as she looks at Benasaj in her eyes. Whether there's contempt or remorse in her black eyes, it's impossible to tell. The goddess downs the rest of her drink, and continues speaking.
Fixing the problem is fortunately simple. Not perfect, but it works. I wipe the memories away, reconstruct the buildings, mend wounds, and within a minute all is well again, excluding a few missteps just for the fun of it. All is, at least, all is well in the crossroads.
You want answers?
Yes, citizen, to see if this domain and others cannot face a threat like that ever again. So that my role as a servant and ruler of the crossroads cannot be burned away.
Absolutely. So,
She asks, practically bouncing in her seat.
what is it specifically you want to know? I'm an open book for you tonight.
The god eater remarks with relief.
Great! Let's start with the boring crap first. Where do you come from? It's certainly not a domain I have any jurisdiction over.
A dimension outside of this multiverse.
There's more.
Yep, this multiverse is ultimately a single dimension, part of a larger multiverse and a major dimension. That's the official term.
Bullshit.
Yeah, kinda. A bunch of bullshit, but that's how it is. Only a small group of major dimensions have managed to breach these barriers, whose interaction resulted in massive societal developments on all levels. Eventually, they discovered the existence of unusual, non-replicable fragments scattered in the multiverse that...
Non-replicable?
Grant infinite power?
No.
Now that's something new. Tell me more.
Absolute clarity of mind.
And that means...
It allows sentient beings to achieve a higher state of consciousness, where they receive a significantly increased intelligence and self-control.
And how powerful does that make them?
Exceptionally, above our gods even. Their mental aptitude reaches unseen levels. Those who become integrated with fragments display all the best possible traits with none of the downsides. They become exceptionally charismatic, strategic, kind. She speaks whilst... Oh, sorry.
She speaks whilst counting on her fingers.
And attain every other desirable psychological aspect. Integration into the government usually results in substantial improvements to those that they lead on every level, achieved only once on a blue moon. Socioeconomic equality sees a high increase. The arts see more attention, people tend to be more friendly, the economy sees substantial growth, productivity increases. Incredible! A miracle beyond divinity, and more fragments collected means more people to lead.
The God Eater has to help before thinking of a response. A cold void filling the space in between her words. A strong character motive.
The god eater has to hold it before thinking of her. I feel like it's between the words. Go, a strong character motive. She giggles and places her right hand and partially obscure her mouth. Oh my god!
But I've seen better.
You have seen nothing.
Next question.
Oh, wait.
But not such size. The god eater has herself a taco.
Is everyone just on board with raiding other dimensions for fragments?
No, many dimensions did not want to use the fragments for fear of power turning into corruption, or did not trust anyone but a specific group to put them to proper use. They splintered into factions and have been at war for the past few centuries.
A scoff.
You could have just asked. I'd happily give it to you as long as you want a tournament.
That's the problem.
A problem for soldiers of your character, of your caliber?
We're ambush fighters, not gladiators. In fair individual engagements, we struggle greatly. Raiding the crossroads was more resource-intensive, but safer and necessary to get ahead in the war.
Every fragment means more leaders and a greater advantage.
So, what makes you unique enough to be the ones conducting this incursion? In other words,
The god eater's sail taps Benafsar's torso.
why are you a soldier?
I am an anomaly.
Oh, you're special. I bet you have a tragic backstory to pair with your superpowers.
Yeah, but that is sensitive information.
Why not? It's one of the things I like to avoid snooping in someone's mind for. People are always the most entertaining when you have to unravel that mystery piece by piece, dream by dream.
Sensitive information. Now I'll continue.
Yeah, but
Do I make myself clear? I will continue as requested. You will listen.
honey, you don't have to be so abrasive.
The god eater teases as Benafsar's face flares up with embarrassment.
But maybe I like that. Carry on.
Fine.
She centers herself.
A multidimensional operative belonging to one of my faction's military organizations. Parma chose me for my unusual talents. Anomalous nature is a rare condition given at random to sentient beings, often normal people, that allows them to freely traverse through major dimensions and the subdimensions alike, along with granting other abilities to assist in their travels, such as physical agelessness, multilingualism, and an encyclopedia. There are only a few downsides, mainly being exactly 200 years lifespan, an inability to receive wishes, plus other things. Portals are a well-understood technology, but are costly and time-intensive projects impractical for the distances that need to be traveled to reach these fragments. So, just to...
So, just to ensure this is in order, the multiverse I hold domain over is just a single dimension part of a multiverse inaccessible to all but a few dimensions. Those dimensions are an array, so obtain fragments, use them to appoint great leaders, or destroy them, and send anomalies to do the dirty work by shanking each other, and the occasional unaware dimension.
Precisely.
Benafsar beams.
Another thing.
The god eater adjusts her position.
I have complete omnipresence in the crossroads and have successfully fended off multiple attacks. How was this successful? Why was not I aware of the full plan upon catching wind of it?
This wasn't Michiko's little stunt back when Rakurai and Taleus faced off. Oh wait, I think this is yours. You still?
This wasn't Michiko's little stunt back when Rakurai and Talius faced off. Nor was it that one instant when every competitor used their collective 1.5 brain cells to attack you and demand a second wish. The ordeal. Oh, wait.
Oh, no, this is Benafsar.
Oh my god.
This wasn't Michiko's little stunt back when Rakurai and Taleus faced off, nor was it that one incident where every single competitor used their collective 1.5 brain cells to attack you and demand a second wish. The ordeal was planned years in advance, and these sorts of operations are familiar to us. We have relations with multiple dimensions whose mortals actively fight and win against the gods that rule there. Fusing their resonance and knowledge with that of our other dimensions allows us to partially avoid the gaze of an omnipresent deity. The process is extremely complex, never truly foolproof, expensive, risky, and outside of my field of expertise. But it allows us to pull off these seemingly impossible missions.
But when it came time to lock swords, what pushed your team over the edge to win?
The element of surprise. A massive numbers advantage, bringing along tank-adjacent heavy weaponry, infiltrating the ranks of the cross guards in advance, cutting off the power, fighting at uncontestable ranges using firearms, being the superior trained team, possessing superior equipment. We had virtually every advantage.
Damn.
Can I make a deal now?
One last question, traveler.
Fine.
This is important.
Okay, hit me.
The god eater's leg is still trembling in spite of her cheery voice.
Is the crossroads in any further danger by these organizations?
Unless you piss off the wrong guy or another faction gets greedy and raids for resources, this dimension is completely safe. Infiltrations like ours only work if the deity's present. Don't try to investigate further. Be vigilant, and everyone will be safe. Our faction has a code of ethics, so we can guarantee there will be no attacks in the future. It does not matter what equipment an anomaly brings when they go up against an omnipotent being like yourself.
Good.
She wipes a single bead of sweat off her brow.
Then my proposal is ready.
But Benafsash pops her fist in the air.
Yes! Boring exposition over! Tell me about your proposal.
The god eater speaks.
I have a remaining spot open for the cross tournament. One of them, that is. You may not be able to enjoy the reward of a wish, but emancipating prisoners requires none of my supernatural powers. Just a simple command. Wait, and you are all free to go. Listen, you need to wait until the next one. Until then, the crossroads is your home.
Benafsash grin decomposes into a softer smile. She stumbles over her words twice before asking,
But why? We pose no threat, and winning the war is paramount to securing a better future for everyone. I need to know if there are any other options so my soldiers can guarantee they can get back to fighting.
God eater does not seem to have any response despite what her body language might suggest.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, sorry, but then I'm afraid that's my only option.
Nothing?
Yeah. No.
Then explain.
Making direct commands to a god? You're playing with fire here, madam.
Do I stutter?
I guess she inquires.
Nope.
Then explain, Foxy.
Ha-ha!
He slams her fist down on the table.
You're not making it easier to get out of this situation. No, I just want to see more of you in the arena. Speaking of which, my reason for entering you into the tournament should be as obvious to you who I am. Entertainment.
The Knobsash counters.
There is no reason why I should have to explain how the war above you is 1,000-fold more significant than your desire for entertainment.
But it's a war!
So?
You have how many soldiers fighting in your faction? At least a few million?
The Knobsash nods.
There are 22 other soldiers currently in captivity. Only a single drop in the lake of boiling
You're
blood.
still-
Oh, this is, yeah.
There are 22 soldiers currently in captivity. Only a single drop in the lake of boiling blood. That is your war.
Pale skinned hand grasps the ball of alcohol and refills the glass.
You should be satisfied with what you have, but you're obsessing over the smallest things, looking so far ahead. I know types like you, many like you, people you know. Talius, Bolivian, Senko, men and women of cold steel, the workaholics.
Is there a problem with wanting to create something of value for prosperity?
Undoubtedly, when that becomes your entire life and personality, issues arise from the depths of a dark soul. Those ones struggle to appreciate the present and are all the more miserable for it.
I am different.
Wait, am I still up?
Narrator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm miserable for it. That's what you said. The goddess breaks down something to laughter once more. Like,
Different. No, you're the same as they are. No friends, no fun, only work because you think that it will somehow make you worthy of someone's love.
She drinks a bit more liquor.
But that's not life, honey. In fact, I bet you don't even want love in a platonic, healthy sense. You just want the fame and money, don't you? The awards, the feeling of superiority, your face eventually memorialized on paintings across schools as an adept leader.
Your assumptions are baseless and stupid, especially coming from a trickster deity and a former kitsune. The most social of the bunch.
Benafsash adjusts her posture. When locks her eyes with the god eaters. The black contrasting white, white contrasting orange.
What do you really know about me?
Not much, but I can make assumptions, and they are often correct. On the related note, what do you know about yourself?
I know what I fight for.
That
An end to the misery sentients are bound
Wait,
to.
he declares.
An end to the despots, an end to poverty, an end to injustice, an end to war, an end to exploitation, and an end to worldly ignorance.
His voice only grows in power. Oh my god.
No more shall the innocent starve in the streets while the mighty up above get high and drunk. No further shall they slave away to produce useless luxuries. No longer shall we have to throw bodies into the fire to fuel the flames of war. The things sentients desperately attempt to escape, only to be dragged down by the limitations a soul brings, are purged through these fragments. This is a chance to do something of meaning rather than fade into the background as an ordinary, stale individual. It is a chance to do something pure and good, and a chance to return the favors fate gave to me.
The god either pauses the process.
To the point where cities have to burn.
If it means putting an end to the suffering, so be it.
Talks firmly.
And what do you know of suffering?
More than you ever will, and what would you know of it either way?
She points at the god eater. Her voice lays to raise it. Oh, I'm confused. Oh, now I'm confused.
It
Are they
has.
both she?
They're both women, yeah.
Sorry, her voice is razor sharp, is what they meant.
She's like being very harsh.
Yep.
Okay.
It has been an eternity since your last meal. Since you knew what the struggle was like. It has been an eternity since your last meal. Since you knew what struggle was like. It has been years since you have come into conflict with any physical, emotional, or ideological challenges, because no longer are there any more beings more powerful than you, and no longer can any revolution become successful without your permission. Here you slouch.
But after Scott.
Content to drown yourself in entertainment, booze, and Colosseum blood, because...
The god eater regains hold of her voice.
Are you sure this will work out over the long term?
The worst part? We cannot.
So, can you afford to wage this war? I mean...
Bang. A white gloved fist smashes into the table. The shot glass trembles for a moment before the sound clears. The god eater looks at Benasas and she says, out loud,
Can we afford not to?
burning is her gaze.
You have heard what I have said and how all of these atrocities are cyclical, the fragments of our liberation from the cycle. They are the catalyst for a new, prosperous era. If we are people who strive for good, then we cannot pass this opportunity, and will not let anyone stop us, much less you. We will let blood spill and bleed ourselves to allow a pure society to bloom.
Okay, society to bloom.
They certainly are.
Are my words heard?
She speaks, eyes flickering.
They certainly are.
Her head tilts scantily downward, dragging a hand through her hair before caressing her posture change.
Still, do not expect me to repeal my offer. I possess strength and knowledge beyond a simple human's understanding.
You, strong?
Her laughter reverberates throughout the room as she remarks that the god teacher.
You may be powerful, but not strong. We were born weak, but while you stole power, I bled for it.
Benasas notches the envelope from the familiar's maw and continues to explain.
When we were presented the opportunity to have everything anyone could ever desire, we made our respective choices and bound ourselves to two fates.
She pierces the seal as a white, ethereal tail of the god eater's icon floats into the white gloved hand.
This is where we differ. You chose to stop the suffering. And simply enjoy life. I chose to fight for something greater.
Benasas pinches the tip of the tail and drags it to the rear end of her head.
No one lives forever, even the gods. You are no different.
It snaps to the back as if it were an extension of her hair.
Eventually your body will fade into the void, and so will your works.
Hmm. Oh, the god eater looks upon Banasage as she stands up. The lights behind her casting a shadow of the gold eater.
The former of mine will, but the latter shall influence a virtually infinite number of dimensions for all eternity.
He gets out, pushes the chair back to its original position, and begins to walk towards the exit.
Our dimensions will spread and crush the snakes wherever they walk. That is the difference between you and I. You tease and boast of your power, forgetting in the end only one of our lives is going. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
She opens the door, draws in a pair of cross guards that stand at its opposite end outside the room. Banasage steps inside, but not before turning around and to say a final word. The god eater is helpless to do all but walk.
And you are none the wiser. In other words, a fool.
And the door closes.
And
I
that-
apologize for the misgendering. That was my part, but
You're
hey.
fine. All right, that ends Oki's audition. I had a lot of fun reading it. I am
I had a
gonna.
lot of fun narrating it.
Yeah.
Also, English accent? I don't know.
I'm gonna-
What do you think? What do you think of the voice?
I think it's fine.
It's good.
Yeah. I am going to BRB real quick.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm gonna put something up, but yeah. I'll be back too.
Do we have okay somewhere?
I think they're in the YouTube chat.
Let's see.
wait, which chat?
The chat, the YouTube stream,
Oh,
like the Twitch, like something like a Twitch chat.
Let me see if I
Okay.
still have it open.
yeah. So I just got here mid-story, so catch me up to speed. How many auditions have you gone through so far?
About 5. This is, I think, the 5th.
Sweet. Which ones were they?
Bad with names, but we just went through mine and Oki's.
Mhm.
And someone else was here before they left, but they also had their audition.
I joined
Like,
the work chat.
yeah.
I
Okay.
joined the work chat. I'm listening here since my phone ran out of batteries. But yeah, we did mine too. We did Ravi's
Oh, yeah.
audition.
So, well then, since Oki is here, I could put my comments in voice. But you do have fun turns of phrase. You do also, You do have extensive descriptions, which do paint quite the scene. However, as you could hear through during this, we did have trouble at times telling who was talking. So you might want to, with dialogue, especially ones which you have them cutting, you cut, especially with the last paragraph in which you were cutting it with actions quite a bit. You can try to pace it better and also have different actions or have them more exaggerated in order to break it up so it's not one single wall of text with interrupted dialogue. Interrupting the dialogue breaks the the flow that it builds up, breaks any momentum that you have going. However, it is quite solid. I can feel it was definitely strongest towards the beginning, and I'm assuming that the decline was because you started rushing or crunching or just trying to get it over with as fast as possible. But honestly, it's quite the solid work.
Yes.
I also have my comments on it. I do have to agree with hers. Start is really, really good. I am a little biased on this because I'm also a fucking like Prose fanatic. Yeah, but that's not to say that the second half or part 2 was also had its fair share of just being good. I do enjoy how you write dialogue. I enjoy it a lot, actually. the banter was very entertaining to listen to and read, because you managed to, although it still was lengthy intentionally, it didn't drag on, which is important. And you managed to provide context without having to over-explain, and you still managed to use show, don't tell, and dialogue, which is a feat of its own right. uh, I do have like a favorite line, which is when fucking God Eater immediately just, how do I, I'm gonna say it informally. It's when they tell Benafsage they basically have no bitches.
L plus ratio plus no bitches plus you're not immortal.
As for critique, it's really hard for me to find something that is critically wrong with this. And if I do, it's because I'm trying really, really hard to nitpick, so that's a good sign. I don't really actually have a problem with that at all. This is pretty fucking good. The only thing that I would like, this is just a me thing. Actually, no. There was plenty of actions rather than words. It was just a personal moment between the God Eater and Benafsage, so it makes sense for them to mostly talk it out. It's good. I don't have any complaints.
There is always something well to be said about a nice, just paced conversation.
Exactly. It was also very natural.
Yes. I think the only issues I ran into in the actual audition was, I think we already probably covered it, is just structuring of the actual paragraphs themselves to have splits for different characters talking, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that and like little stuff like the grammar, but there's a reason that the rubric, there's a reason that the rubric only, like, I think counts for 5%, 10% of that kind of stuff.
Again, nitpicks things. It's a very well put together, very solid audition, and I very much appreciate, especially that beginning bit with just that establishment of the two characters and who they are.
Exactly, actually.
All right. Next up, we are going to have Hearses. So I think we could probably have it. It's I've already read through this one, so I know a lot of how it's already structured. Hearse, would you like to just do a tag team on this one?
Sure.
Okay.
Or I can, yes, that works.
You can go ahead and do a tag team, or read it if you want, or pick any characters that you want to read.
I mean, I think you could voice the Jen, and I'll take over the narration and Vivian herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will leave the rest to you.
Do we need a quick water break or anything for voices?
I have a giant thermos right next to me.
Okay, sweet.
Let's see.
Would anyone like the link to the round for a read-along?
I think the AOL can probably just be posted on the channel all on. I mean, the chat, sorry.
Here, I'll go ahead and just get the linky. All right.
Yeah, very considerate of you, by the way, to have two formats for whoever, for their preference.
Thumbs up. It's because I had the thought of having to download a PDF 50 different times, and I went, no.
Yeah.
For Pyrrha, we've sort of been, I've been going down a list of people that have already pre-asked. I think right now Hearse is the last one in the current line.
Also, really good art for the cover.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Red is tragically not in the server,
Well,
but I will forward any comments, what may.
It's very good
Okay.
art. I like it.
Okay. Well, everyone, are we ready?
All right.
yes.
People complain about streaming services, changing policies, taking screens off their fancy new TVs by accident, and endless criticism about shows and games making no sense. Vivian Hong was used to such, patiently nodding along as her clients spewed nonsense about their problems with work, their families, their lives, which led to them calling on her services for the night or the day. Didn't they see that they were the greatest entertainment? She just had to chime in at the right times with a, "You're right." Yes, of course. Or an idle hum when the show would go on. All she had to do was sit and watch. Working as an escort was like pressing a series of buttons on a remote. The right one in the right sequence would lead you to your favorite channel. It's why the few clients she did have would always return to request her again, without fail. It kept her wallet lined and her room clean. There weren't enough that any of the other girls that worked at the Rose Kiss would try to snipe her clients. And so when she wasn't working, she was free to watch the show. Sorry.
You're good.
Life.
Hers?
Life at the brothel was a high-stakes drama. Barely legal, with messy relationships everywhere. Her favorite place to watch was the balcony of the 4th floor. One girl played lover with a client and scored his abundant mistresses when he was gone. Others put their heads together to lure more people in with sweet perfume, corpse flowers attracting flies. Without fail, something was happening, and without fail, Vivian would watch and learn. Then life became a ghost story.
You've become too comfortable here.
And she was sad as the street vendor trundled off, cart piled high with body parts. Ghosts and misshapen creatures flocked to the vendor, trying to get the choicest bits of flesh and bone off the shelves that were battered away by the tentacles protecting the merchandise. The hawk-headed creature demanded they line up, and soon Vivian's vision was crowded out. She didn't indulge Asia in reply, sucking on some bone marrow and biting cartilage off a pork hawk. Sometimes the Jan just liked to hear himself talk after so long without a conversation partner.
We need to move. They're going to get suspicious if you keep picking out pork and chicken over the rest of the meat on the menu.
This time she hummed. In the bright red death of the ghost room, Vivian was a spot of life with her tidy clothes and clean hair. She'd been fortunate to find self-care charms the other day, but couldn't deny there were no replacement for an actual hot bath and shower.
Are you listening to this one?
As she wrapped her shins, she crossed her legs to keep them safe and opened the box of what had been advertised as duck blood congee.
Then why are you still eating?
A cautious look at the congee didn't have any strands of hair or eyeballs fluttering around the rice, so it was probably safe to eat. She tipped the container back and drank it, noting Anju's increasing angry vibrations with every gulp.
You keep taking your luck for granted, you fool.
He wrestled around in his scabbard.
If you take this one for granted, then your life will be forfeit.
Vivian set all the knuckles and bones and containers back in a pile for some ghost to scavenge on. She could already see a few needle-mouth ghosts eyeing them. If I take food for granted, then I would have died a long time ago. Though, apparently it takes 40 dies to die of starvation, so I would have died 100 days ago. Anju harrumped as she stood up, leaning on him slightly. The string connecting them swayed with every step, Vivian unconcerned with the ghost that had immediately pounced on her leftovers.
This one believes you have become too at ease here.
Is that such a bad thing? She asked, ducking into an alleyway to avoid the throng of breakfast buyers. If I was not at ease, I would be insane.
You speak as such, but this one knows that too much ease leads to laziness, and this one refuses to see you perish from such a trivial reason.
The two of them paused to let an ogre trundle his way by, followed by several eyeballs dragged by a bundle of tentacles. The entire sky of the ghost realm was cast red, and the light that shone beyond it only lit everything with a cinnabar haze. Her yellow shirt was orange here. She missed things not being red. I haven't gotten lazy at all, no matter what they think I'm one of them. As you vibrated next to her leg again.
And you have already started to become one of them. This one knows.
She settled for walking back to their lodgings in lieu of an answer. It wasn't too different from the brothel. Rescus had kept her fed, warm, but also busy with clients, constantly checking her performance and comparing her to the rest. Competition breeds growth and all that. Here in the ghost room, she was kept busy with the bare necessities. Trying to find drinkable water was hard. Finding vegetables nearly impossible. Finding meat that wasn't human was tricky, but not impossible. She'd done the breakfast vendor a favor by greasing their cartwheels in exchange for being first in line. The hawk had praised her as a clever young ghost, but wouldn't stop nagging that she wouldn't grow up well if she didn't have at least a femur once a month. Vivian had pretended that the femur was far too big for her, so it dropped the matter eventually. She missed indoor plumbing. She did have somewhere to stay at least. The ghost of the home she'd woken up in had welcomed her as newly dead, allowing her to stay under their roof. The Chang assembly was composed of weaker ghosts, some newly dead and grudging, others with just enough resentment to keep them from moving on to the hells, but not enough to act upon it. Most of them still went through the motions of human life, so her shelter fortunately included a bed. The thin walls and barely thatched roof allowed her enough illusion of privacy to treat her room as a personal space. Once she crossed the threshold, she checked that none of the wards had been disturbed. One of the corner talismans had started fading, meaning it was time to write new ones. Probably one of the Chang scratching at the walls, warded away but not knowing where it was.
It is.
1 moment, please. Just have to refill my thermos, actually.
Gotcha. I like chocolate mousse. It's pretty good.
I like chocolate syrup.
Chocolate syrup's pretty good too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet you we could probably combine two of the greatest things in the world. Chocolate syrup.
But then what would be of milk?
I mean, we could do milk too, but like steak has that marbling to it.
Steak with chocolate mousse?
You know it.
I have never heard of that, actually.
That's not a real thing. I'm speaking on my ass. Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I believe. Is Hearst back? No. Okay. Chocolate mousse is wonderful. This is probably going to be the last one that I read for tonight. If I do any further, I'll probably just chip a little bit away at my entry, but I'll probably end up just passing out after this. I've been at it for about 4 hours
You've been
now?
streaming for 3 hours.
Okay, sweet.
I thought you did yours first.
Oh, no, I only got through the first 2 chapters.
Oh, how long is yours?
It's 43 pages.
Oh, okay.
Delightful.
Okay, we ready to keep going, Hearst? Still no. Okay. I need to fill up my water filter thing. I've kind of gone through the whole thing tonight.
Let's see here. I believe it's yours.
Yes.
Apologies for the delay.
You're good. It is time for this one to impart you different techniques.
As you intoned as she reached for the talisman of paper, Vivian coughed to hide a laugh. The Great One is finally satisfied with my barriers.
No. Write another 10 tonight.
Raju spoke with even more gravitas than usual. As long as Vivian had known him, he'd been dated enough that a Third Kingdom scholar would have salivated upon meeting him. It had been amusing at first, but she got used to his character. Now the voice in her head had an edge of worry. Is something the matter? Ozu was silent for the writing of 2 wording talismans, not even reacting when Vivian waved them around the pommel. Halfway through her 4th, he finally said,
This one does not speak rashly, and so advises you to exercise extra caution. This one will also instruct you on methods of destruction going forward.
Destruction, Vivian echoed.
It is best to be prepared.
Since Anju didn't have a sense of humor, Vivian didn't leave the house until the next time the breakfast vendor came around. The hawk tried to press a femur on her, insisting she wasn't getting enough nutrition. In the end, she was left sitting at the bench with a pork blood congee, a whole intact human leg, and dumplings of pork, stuffed and fried in chicken skin. It would have made more sense if the leg was rotten, but intact meant that it was relatively fresh. An experimental sniff indicated a complete lack of embalming fluid, too. She had never found out where the breakfast vendors found their wares, and it hadn't seemed necessary to know, but now the questions were here to ponder while she tossed dumplings in her mouth. Perhaps the ghost realm was connected to the mortal realm by way of graveyards? It would explain how ghosts arose so easily. But Urshu had said that the ghost realm was overlaid on the mortal realm, and if she traveled long enough, she would be able to find the familiar sights and sounds again. The barrier between realms prevented ghosts from exerting full influence in the mortal realm. Only the strongest will could haunt and possess, but the clever could slip past the barrier and do as they please. The clever would review. Death tends to mop the neurons out of you.
You!
As you bash his pommel against her knee. Vivian startled, pulling her legs out of his reach. It stung, but nothing was broken. Erju wouldn't even break her skin. Yes. Jeanne fumed in a way only a Jeanne could.
You were reaching for the human flesh, you fool.
I counters cannibalism since the ghost realm perceived her as deceased. But dying didn't change one species, so she pushed the leg as far away from her as possible, but not too far that the needle-mouthed ghost would think of it as leftovers to swarm. I would have realized something was wrong the moment I touched human skin, teacher. The cord connecting them wrapped tighter around her wrist.
This one demands that you are cautious.
Right. Thinking about dimensions during breakfast wasn't particularly cautious of her. I didn't tell him that she was also watching the needle-mouthed ghost chittering her about and a fox on her roof. Considering that their mouths condemned them to never eat properly, perhaps it would be better if she brought the leg home to the assembly. As you insist. She'd encountered a few fox demons before, but they tended to make themselves known, either with speech or mutations. Each one was as tricky as the last, but none of them ever saw her as anything but another resentful spirit. Nothing he ever had. Eju seemed to have been the exception since he was familiar with her lineage. When he'd asked him if that made him an ancestor, he hadn't been forthcoming one bit, and so she would call him like a child instead of anything respectable until he opened his scabbard to speak. This fox was different from the rest. It wasn't bipedal or talking. It had a clean, fluffy red coat, and for all intents and purposes looked like a rich woman's pet escaped from its confines for an adventure. Vivian would have well and left it alone, but it wasn't leaving her alone, stalking her quietly through crowds of dead, past throngs of putrid-haired ghosts chattering over feces, through the lavish mansion neighborhoods of sacrifice receiver ghosts. Even as she walked over a puddle of pus from swollen throat ghosts, it disappeared, carefully tracking her still 3 alleys later. The cord connecting her and Eju remained taut, ready to swing into action at any given moment.
Child, what are you doing here?
Chang-Yi raised his misshapen head from where he swept dust and bone fragments away from a stately mansion gate. Its owner would have to be very loved in life to have a family that would burn so many things for them in the afterlife. Maybe this fox was a paper doll one of them had offered. I was stretching my legs, Chang-Kong. She bowed politely to the eldest of the assembly. Much of Chang Yi's features had become muddled and mixed over time, leaving one with the impression that he might have been a fan of Picasso's Cubist works in life, but his jerkin braid had told Vivian that he was dead long before Picasso ever came about. He stroked his drooping chin, pleased.
Yes, if you do not take care of them, they may degrade as this one has. But the loss-aching ghosts are never far from the sacrifice receivers, so do be careful.
His own legs were hidden under a ragged cloth wrap. They were probably as confusing as his face. Of course, Elder. She checked behind her, noting a lack of red fur, only to glimpse a wisp of tail on the mansion's roof. I will take my leave now. It was only when she finally reached home that her red shadow finally left her. She made sure to use all 10 of her new ward talismans right away. Unknown fate came in on Fox Paws.
You don't belong here.
The red fox jumped onto the bench next to Vivian, voice unexpectedly high-pitched. It made a face at the two legs on the bench this time, both in good condition and definitely not from the same person. Vivian still hadn't decided whether or not it was worth lugging them both back to the Chang assembly. All her fellows had been quite pleased by the last one, though. 2 would be enough to warrant a feast if the loss-aching ghost didn't catch wind of it first. Eshu's handle slid into her hand. As much as hearing the fox speak was a relief, this was the first time that anything in the ghost realm had seen Vivian for anything but dead. I could say the same about you.
I go where I please and belong where I want to.
The fox circled around Vivian, swishing his tail.
But why on earth is a human doing in this infernal place? You're not even dead yet.
Vivian crossed her legs, noting the superior tone in its voice. It had to be a ghost of great means, then. Perhaps a Rakasha? But Erju had said that they were perpetually violent. Sacrifice receivers never left their paper mansions if they could help it. They got everything they needed from family members, devoutly burning incense and joss paper luxuries for them. A loss-aching ghost would have tried to eat her by now. If it wasn't a ghost, then it must be a fox demon, which was worse. The last fox demon she had met had tried to claim it was her grandmother and it had a place for her to stay. She'd ignored it until it thought she was deaf. So the best plan would be to ignore this potential trickster too, but it had seen the truth. Nothing else had. How unexpected it was to be seen. I will answer your questions if you answer mine, Vivian replied. Such is fair. The fox cackled. Sure! It then kicked the legs aside and sat next to her in an uncomfortably human position, hind legs hanging over the weathered stone bench.
I'll even let you ask one before you answer me.
What is your true nature?
A fox!
It narrowed its eyes in mirth, and several tails fanned out behind it.
That was a silly question. Now your turn.
You could play at that game. I was eating breakfast.
It cackled again. Oh, good. A sense of humor. You hardly see that in realms like this.
So we could travel realms. Foxes were clever, after all. So why were you following me?
You're a human living among ghosts.
It seemed to be getting taller with every word.
Why?
I asked someone where I belonged, and they put me here. What a fun sequence to watch. 2 liars asking for treats from each other. For what purpose are you in the ghost realm, honored one? At that, the fox burst into laughter, the fur exploding outwards and showering Vivian in brilliant red. Where the creature had once been was a red-headed woman in a modified bunny suit. Thigh-high's lace was scarlet, and finely tailored shirtless sleeves, looking even more out of place than Vivian herself. She bent down into the pile of fur and retrieved a hat identical in hue to her hair. As she popped it on, 2 fox ears popped from underneath it. The girls back at the brothel would have loved her look.
Honored one, please. I don't look that old, do I?
Her voice was high and cheery as she clapped 2 scarlet-gloved hands together and gestured towards Vivian to speak. So she was right. Of course not. But I know you foxes love to play your tricks. Excuse me? The stranger put a hand to her chest. You think I'm a common kitsune? Of course. You look like a fox and smell like a fox. The stranger took a sniff of her shirt. I smell like rice wine, thank you. Vivian looked at the legs rolling on the ground. Nothing had tried to steal them despite the commotion, so the stranger had to be powerful enough. But the needle mouse and other weaker ghosts were nowhere to be found. So, you run a distillery, then. She intended it as a joke, but the stranger snapped her fingers. Close! I am an avid patron of the Fox Den. Sometimes I go for a jaunt here and there to see if there's any of the new intersections of any interesting ingredients to bring to the bartender, but this one is just the usual dead, and deader. I wouldn't let any of these fellows near the stock, even over my dead body. But I did find you, and you are unusual. I doubt I would have any flavor to add to the stock unless I was behind the bar. More than a few of her clients fancy themselves alcohol aficionados, so picking up a few tricks for mixing and presenting drinks had been on par for the course, which entertained them.
Oh, that would be fun. Saki would be so upset if she suddenly had to take in a part-timer.
Her mouth stayed in a perpetual smile, canines glinting sharply into the red sky.
But enough of that. I may be a fox, but I am the greatest fox there is. Second only to the God Eater, that is. But certainly the greatest in this small world of yours.
Before Eiju could move Vivian's body to block, the fox grabbed her wrists and dragged her effortlessly into the road.
And there's more. You're here because you asked someone where you belong, and let me tell you, the ghost realm is just going to suck the life out of you. There's far better places to go soul searching, don't you think?
It had looked like only a few steps stretched wide, each stride turning the landscape into a blur. Vivian caught glimpses of sacrifice receiver mansions, of ghosts big and small flooding the town, of her home, Hong Kong, blinking into nothing and becoming a nebula, endless stars stretching outward. For one moment, it felt like the fox had smashed the glass that kept Vivian separate from the world, giving her a vision of endless potential. But then she was dropped on her ass at a dirt crossroad, and the screen was back. She was just watching everything play out. Kind of shells, sticks. The fox took off her hat and swept into a grand bow, arms flung out of town, surrounding a white-topped mountain stretching far, far into a brand blue sky.
I am chief of the crossroads, but a humble fox in this plane that intersects every other one the God Eater wants.
And Vivian stared at the sky. The last time she'd seen anything blue was an eyeball in a jar, and veins in a shambling corpse. Glass thinned again, and she reached out as if she could grasp and pull the collar to keep forever, but her hand hung in the air, weighed by Eiju. The giant seized control, standing her upright and keeping a guarded stance. Vivian could push him out her body with a mere thought, but she trusted him.
This one believes that what you have just done is kidnapping this one's charge. What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a weapon ghost. How cute.
Chifu waves her hand dismissively.
I didn't kidnap her. Look behind you. Your depressing ghost arm is still right there.
Eiju took several steps but didn't look behind. Instead, he pulled an inch out of the sheath, confirming her words in the metal's reflection.
This one sees. This one questions your purpose, Fox. What trick is at play?
No trick.
Chifu gave an over-exaggerated shrug.
Wow, the foxes of your place must be boring if all they're known is for playing tricks. Don't you know that we also enjoy fun? Then again, do you even remember what fun is, old man?
Hey.
Eiju clicked his tongue at the disrespect, but let it go. They were far outclassed.
No harm is intended, then?
You didn't even let me finish talking.
She made an idle gesture, and he was forced out of Vivian, just like that.
Why is a cute girl like you keeping a fossil like that around? You're too good for him.
Mutual benefits, Vivian replied, lowering her guard. So, why bring me here? Chifu's long hair swished like a tail behind her.
You're looking for where you belong, and you ended up in the ghost realm. I think whoever sent you there scammed you.
Vivian shrugged. To be more precise, I asked who my parents were. The shopkeeper said, alive and doing work in the ghost realm.
And you're some kind of crazy to then go there yourself.
Chifu leaned against a crossroads sign that sprouted spontaneously out the dirt.
The kind of crazy the God Eater likes. How do you feel about a death game, girl?
She mulled it over. Not much. Chifu fell over and promptly got back up.
You are crazy. Well, how about a wish granted?
Not much. Vivian turned around to see that, yes, the bench she'd been sitting on was only a few paces away still, like snow. Where the rest of the city surrounding it was supposed to be, she wasn't sure. Probably something to do with dimensions she couldn't see. Chifu squinted.
Really? That's it?
Vivian shrugged. Either I find my parents or I die. Death is a natural course of things. The fox wagged her finger disapprovingly.
There's a third option.
With that, she pranced over to Vivian, grabbing her collar and pulling her shirt open.
Knew it!
Vivian looked down to see what she was missing this time. From the neck down, her skin faded until it was transparent, only reappearing in patches. Nearly half her torso was completely see-through. I would categorize this with death. Chifu tilted her head. Did it make more sense at a 45-degree angle?
What is wrong with you?
Vivian didn't say anything. The potential answers were endless. Chifu let go. As Vivian set about redoing her clothes, the fox mused.
Well, even if you think it's not much, you can use it to buy you a little more time to find your parents, right? Or maybe you can even just find your parents straight away. You don't have to do a whole 40 days in the desert thing. However long you spent around the ghost realm was enough to do this already.
She's right.
Vivian could tell Urzu hated saying that.
Spare yourself.
A death game meant that she would have to kill people, but that meant it was sanctioned, so she didn't have to worry about being charged for murder. Or did she? She'd ask more about this place's administration later. How do I join then? Worst case, she dies faster. Best case, she has more time to fulfill her goals. After 140 days in the Ghost Realm, she'd long lost any fear of death. Or maybe she'd never had that.
That's more like it.
Chifu clapped, and a yellow tasseled bell fell into her hands.
I made it to match your shirt, as a treat.
Thank you. Vivian wanted to figure out where to put it later, but as the small weight settled on her palm, something shifted behind her. You didn't mention anything about me growing a tail. Chifu's smile was all teeth.
You'll forget this one trick, won't you?
Vivian leaned against Urzu and gazed at the town. What show was on now? A death game. High stakes, high tension. Action? Drama, maybe. Perhaps even a dash of romance somewhere. It's not much. Either way, she would take her place among the rest, watching. And if that meant bearing witness and causing their death, so be it.
Thank you.
I didn't actually get to finish that one, but that is a really good entry. I enjoyed it a lot.
I also have. I mean this in the best way possible. It was like if wine was a book.
I love a lot of the world building that you put into this, into the realm of the dead, and a lot of the stuff that sort of ties together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's hella cultivation stories, Chinese folktales and stuff. Great, love it.
Chinese folktales are ridiculously cool. I have to agree.
They are.
Which characters are you doing? Are you using for art do?
Excuse me?
I was asking Hearsay, like,
Oh,
what characters are
Little Pepper, because his personality is spicy.
Okay. I think this is probably a good spot to wrap it up in.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna try to read another chapter, but I think I'm
You've been
tuckered
doing
out
this for a couple of
that.
hours, man.
I was sleepy bad. I will try to continue this hopefully around the same time tomorrow. Probably finish up the rest of the written auditions, depending on how many there are. And
there
then
are 18
There's
total.
20.
20.
Oh no, more have come. I thought there were 12.
No, it hasn't been 12 for a while. We have
It
2 writers'
doubled.
leagues.
We got 2 leagues worth of auditions, man.
I'm gonna
It's
lay my head
ridiculous.
down.
In like a good way.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's nice. I'm very pleased.
I
with
am proud
Mhm.
of what I wrote, though I can see all the typos now.
that.
You always
You
see it
and
at the
everyone
very
else
end.
both, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a natural side effect of reading all your shit out loud.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
good tip that I am just too lazy to do myself. I think you could probably agree, maybe.
It's always a good idea to at least do one read over where you speak everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would do that if I wasn't also writing a novel at the same time.
Oh my
Mhm.
god. Yeah.
But yes, so since I do, since
Gotta
I
cut
have
the string.
been writing for a degree for a while.